Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated looks like you're ready to go. When you are ready, please proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is James Hictuluk, Tungavik Incorporated, Second Vice President. This is my team. They'll introduce themselves. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Ningyungan, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bert Dean with NTI's Wildlife Department. Located in Rankin Inlet. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Commissioners Marie Bello, lawyer for NTI.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the proceedings of public hearing in Thompson and the draft land use plan first generation. I'm happy to be here with you in Thompson, Manitoba. NTI, we have been participating in the proceedings that will be in 5 places conducted by NPC. And this is the first draft generation. And I have some concerns pertaining to the plan. There are amendments that will have to be made. Once they are amended, this draft plan will be presented as finished product. Commissioners, staff have been working hard for the last few years on this proposed land use plan for Nunavut territory. I am in full support with amendments, of course, and NTI, Nunavut Tungavik, are given a task through final agreement for the Inuit to do and look after their own territory. The Inuit, which you have represented and preparing the draft land use plan, your progress, the land within territory, draft land use plan as you progress. It is very good to see that things are progressing well. It's in tune with Inuit aspiration when the agreement was signed. Tungavik Incorporation, under the land claims agreement, have heavy tasks, which includes environment, harvesters, and the animals within the territory. And these will be good for the Inuit if planned properly. So why are we participating in this draft land use plan? Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated have been with the Commission since the beginning of public hearings, and we are very much aware of what you have documented, and it's very important from the last public hearings that we proceed to get this draft plan finalized. And this final plan with Nunavut Land Use Planning, NTI, Government of Canada, and Nunavut government will have to sign the final product for it to become a law. But we will be looking at it to see if it's amended properly. You have been very attentive to presenters during your tour. It's important that this plan be accomplished. For Nunavut Draft Land Use Plan, it will be of great help to the population of Nunavut and to NTI. How do we proceed in participation of this plan to see what can be accomplished to have it finalized? We have worked hard to see a final product, and we are here participating as a panelist to hear and to suggest and to participate in the process. We wanted to be part of the final land claim product. NTI will say as a final product for this proceedings, it will have to be beneficial to the people of Nunavut. Our role with Nunavut Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, it is highly publicized priority, and the contents of it have to be concentrating on wildlife in Nunavut and amongst other important priorities by Nunavut NTI. And this draft land use plan, we are expressing that it proceeds according to land claims agreement. And as mentioned earlier, the herd wildlife have to be healthy as a food source to the harvesters and the people of the territory. It is also important that Nunavut agreement be followed in the 3 regional centers, and it's also important that Inuit rights be a priority within their own territory. The draft land use plan have to keep these priorities in constant consideration. And the preparation for harvesting healthy animals within our territory, which harvesters caught for food source. NTI are concerned about hunting food sources in Nunavut. NTI envisions as a group that will be working with all the parties are concerned about wildlife in Nunavut according to the draft or land claims agreement. As a guardians of Nunavut and its people. Animals in Nunavut have to be looked at. Harvesting have to continue. What's harvested have to be there. So NTI recognizes the draft land use planning is participating and your staff who are very much aware and have prepared a good document. NTI is in support, in general, of polar bear and other walrus hollouts and marine mammals, waterfowl coming into the territory, and these all have to be safeguarded within the territory. The caribou habitat, calving areas, we recognize it's important to everybody, even in all of the regions in Nunavut, and they have voiced their opinions how these are best to look after. As NTI, we are aware of the caribou habitats. We can work together as 3 regions in harmony to look after these in Inuit land. NTI and the 3 region RIOs who are keepers of their territory, their opinions are concerned to us. Inuit can work within their territory, travel, and can move forward and be masters in their own territory. That's our envision according to the Land Claims Agreement. In that sense, we can accomplish, and we are touch under in 2021, your first draft land use plan, for instance, Inuit are caretakers of 1.8% of subsurface rights, and this is in the agreement, and that's how much land that we are looking after, and it totals to 43%. It's not a huge amount. It's not a huge amount for the size of Nunavut. Nunavutungavik is pretty much aware what we can do within our land, and the population of Nunavut, their rights to travel, and how Nunavut should proceed with Inuit in their land. Nunavutungavik encourages you to mind and proper plan what many Inuits are concerned about within their own territory. Perhaps if it's not planned properly, we could be running into some problems because Inuit own lands and their rights within the territory. Our territory, Inuit lands, for instance, that govern according to the Crown land, and how we can plan in care, looking after the Inuit own lands under the Land Claims Agreement and in this draft land use plan. And we can look after the territory quite well. NTI believes that our wildlife have to be cared for, handled, looked after. So the people living up there in their own territory are be able to look after themselves and their wildlife in Inuit-owned lands. And as a group that can participate, Nunavutungavik is aware that Nunavut Draft Land Use Plan and governments at both levels are participating. What should be taken shape. Inuit are concerned how they'll be taken into consideration, and draft land use plan is in progress according to what the land claims agreement was signed for, where Inuit are to shape their territory, working with both levels of government, and how the land use will be affected. For instance, federal government are aware that Inuit are working on these projects to look after themselves, to look after their own land. So, in relations to wildlife areas, waterfowls, and their nesting areas should be looked after as migratory bird sanctuaries, and they have to be taken into consideration as you plan the draft land use plan. Inuit are working towards what was signed in Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, and the draft land use plan designation achieve long-term conservation goals of government of Canada and as the keepers of the land, and this has possibly becoming useful to 2025. Draft land use plan, and there's long-term plans can be included as well. And Inuit have to participate on anything when it comes to land use planning or any negotiation that should take place in the future. This is can be interpreted according to land claims agreement. And whatever governments make policies in relations to wildlife, and this draft land use plan from 2021, as I mentioned before, Nunavut Tungavik to land claims agreements. As you prepared the draft land use, that you make amendments from the first draft. And before we see any of the amendments in the final draft, NTI and federal government, territorial. So we are asking that you are aware what is needed to make this plan workable in terms of amendments. NTI and the regional RIOs they should take place because they are the keepers of the Inuit own lands within your planning process. And I want to say all this presentation by Dennis Lane to draft Nunavut land use plan. All the participants were pretty much appreciated for giving a chance to speak to draft land use plan. NTI is in agreement with Dene in Canada, and their negotiations for their use with disorder in council. I think it means that they should plan. Their plans are progressing well. NTI is in support that this claim. The plan, once it's approved, and the maps drawing related to past hearings, and they want to be clear that many areas should be used for harvesting use. NTI in the coming days and the maps according to your planning. As you planned, it's good, acceptable in many ways. It's in tune with Nunavut agreement. NTI is asking that value components in the map to 20.5. It shows what the designations are and how they are negotiating their own land claims agreement, and they are making a claim in their negotiations, and many of that is understandable because much of that land they're negotiating is their traditional and hunting grounds as well. NTI maps that have been planned 2.5 according to what was done as planned. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that draft land use plan will have to be acceptable for us in the future, and once it's accepted, it will be ongoing plan as prepared. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to sit at the table and making a presentation to a public hearing in Manitoba. So I'd like to say you are planning well according to our land claims agreement, and you should strive to make work with us in land designation, especially the caribou. It's everybody's concern. We need a proper management plan related to the caribou. We have been depending on these animals from long time to today, and it's everybody's concern that these herds be healthy. Whenever it comes to caribou management, we're in full support of it, as long as it's within indigenous meats are concerned. There will be questions, so we'll be ready to make ready for questions.
Thank you very much for that. The Nunavut Planning Commission staff will hold their questions till the end because they've requested the questions to come from the communities and the registered participants first. So I'll open it to the community participants first. Any questions? Please go ahead.
I'm from Liga de Basca, Fond du Lac. Elders, Yune, Abin Korsini.
what's the barriers regarding the caribou is what I'd like to mention. I haven't mentioned earlier, but I'll mention it now. Back in 1950, there was a collar put in place on a caribou and also tagged on the ear. And there was a big concern in regards to that in the 60s. And then we have talked about, and then we asked for the collars to be removed, but we still don't know what is still going on, and that is what we need to know. And the caribou that were migrating towards us from the Nunavut land, and so we just wanted to know what's going on with that. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready. Please go ahead.
James Incorporated.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
In Nunavut, the government of Nunavut has the mandate to do research on caribou, so it's the government biologists that would put collars on. Sometimes they're doing that to help track the migration if they're going to do a survey, when they're doing a calving ground survey. There may be other times, and I know they have agreements with some of the mining companies, so if the caribou are approaching and coming close to any of the mines, there's a requirement that work should be shut down or traffic should stop if they're within a certain distance of the roads. So there's a few different reasons why the researchers will put collars on caribou. We hear a lot of the same concerns from our community members. They're not comfortable with wildlife being handled, collars or tags put on. We've had large gatherings, and similar to your concerns raised, people struggle with it, but they have made that decision to agree to the research being done, and Inuit participate usually when that research is happening or the surveys are being conducted. One of the areas where we try and share that information is with the Beverly Kaminadjuak Caribou Management Board, where representatives from Saskatchewan, Manitoba, NWT, and Nunavut, and government biologists get together to share information and hear different concerns about what research is going on with caribou. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? Please go ahead.
Hi, Corinne Saizi, Black Lake First Nation, Danson First Nation. Mobile measures and seasonal restrictions on land use activities are tools for mitigating some impacts to caribou. They do not protect habitat. How do you propose that caribou habitat would be protected through the land use plan if all limited use areas for caribou were removed?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
James, if you look.
Please go ahead, Bert.
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. And thanks for your question. The caribou protection measures that are in place right now have sort of evolved over the years from when the federal government first flew surveys and had caribou protection measures in place for the herds back in the 1950s and 60s. Recently, I think it's difficult to say if there's actually any caribou protection measures in place. In some of the bird sanctuaries, because they are migratory bird sanctuaries, some of the caribou habitat is protected. The mobile measures or the seasonal measures are an approach that the Kivalliq Inuit Association uses if mining companies or exploration or anyone gets a permit to operate on Inuit-owned lands. So for KIA, Kivalliq Inuit Association, this is one of the tools they are using. The concerns you raised, and we've heard from other communities, last week the Nunavut Planning Commission held a hearing in Rankin Inlet for all the Kivalliq communities to participate, and the week before that we were in Cambridge Bay for all the Kitik communities to participate. And we're hearing similar concerns from the communities there as well in terms of how are we protecting the habitat. And this will all be information that not just the Planning Commission, but hopefully all the organizations, whether it's government, NTI, or the regional Inuit associations, will be taking into account before their final submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission. I hope that helps answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from participants? Yes, right there. Please go ahead.
Hi, Ron Roblard, Athabasca, Denise McClinney, Chief Negotiator. I just want a follow-up question to that. I'm really not clear on what mobile measures are, like in terms of caribou protection. Can you explain that a little bit more in detail? And how you plan on doing that? Is that something that's similar to a situation in Northwest Territories where they have diving mines and so forth? They have winter roads, the migration patterns and so forth. Like, how does it work? Can you explain that a little bit more, and then maybe I might have some more follow-up questions?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik, and thank you for your question. Currently, for the Kivalliq region, which used to be called the Keewatin region, but north of here, any of the measures that are in place, or any of the operating gold mines, whether it's the Meladine mine, which is about 20 miles outside of Rankin Inlet, or the Meadowbank mine, which is 100 and some kilometers or miles north of Baker Lake, and then there's an extension with the Whale Tail deposit. Those are on Inuit-owned lands, and so the Kivalliq Inuit Association has leases in place, and they have a working group to discuss wildlife concerns and issues, a terrestrial advisory group, and there's other organizations that participate in that, including the Hunters and Trappers Organization of Baker Lake for the Meadowbank. There's challenges with capacity, and we've heard that from you and others earlier, and we've heard the same thing from our communities. Our small communities don't have a biologist on staff or technical support to help participate in those working groups at times. So it is controversial at times, and there is requirements for traffic to either not travel when the caribou are migrating through, or other conditions that may be in place. With Crown lands, we haven't necessarily had that example, and I'll maybe look at Spencer or others, and we can follow up with you later if there's anything in place. But our experience to date, because we have a signed land claim agreement, or the Nunavut agreement, we have an agreement in place. We have Inuit-owned lands. We have resources. We have staff. We have a lands office that monitors the mines, the road, and are involved in that. And they meet on a regular basis with the mining companies to bring up any concerns there may be. It's not perfect. There's challenges, but it is something that we're committed to, so that our community members are able to have a voice and bring up concerns when it comes to any type of wildlife, whether it's the migration or if there's exploration or helicopter traffic or anything like that. And we can get more information to share with you in terms of how it works in Nunavut, but that's a sort of a high-level overview, if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up? Please go ahead.
Ron Roblard, Athabasca Dene. With the experience that we have with the Davig mines and so forth in the Northwest Territories, and as you're aware that the Caribou calving grounds ranges all the way from the east all the way up to the west in the far north. And we have some experience already when you look at the situation in Northwest Territories. And from talking to local people, some of the experts, wildlife biologists and so forth, they're saying that there's a lot of impacts from the winter roads, transmission lines, activities at the mine itself. And there's winter ranges, caribou that are crossing, people taking advantage of that for hunting and so forth, easy access to that, has a lot of impact. And now that could be one of the factors that when we look at it, aside from other factors that are putting lots of pressure on these herds. When you look at the Beverly, for instance, yesterday we did a presentation with the elders, and they told us, because the people that live out on the land have more experience than the Western science about the wildlife, particularly caribou. And so when they talk about the caribou, they say they're very sensitive animals, to smell, to sound, to sight and everything. And for some reason, the transmission lines, for instance, when they see that, they see what we don't see as human eyes. And then they stay away from that. They do not cross the winter range where they should be feeding and so forth. And that's just one example that the elders had used yesterday. And the road crossing too as well. They don't cross because they stay away, especially because of the smell, either from the mines, the gasoline, and so forth. So when you think about that, over the years we haven't seen Beverly herd in our territory. They used to come to our territory all the way up to the tree line, Saskatchewan. We used to hunt them right in our communities. And one of the elders told us that yesterday too as well with their presentation. And now, in previous years, I don't know how many years, 10 years now, we haven't seen the Beverly herd. And the Bathurst herd are right now, there's restrictions on that. As all these Section 35 rights holders here would understand that even though if you have treaty or Aboriginal rights, if the conservation is an issue, that we cannot hunt them. We understand that. And so that's creating a lot of pressure, and for that reason, the animals are declining, the herds are declining onto the west. And now the only herd that we have, that we share amongst ourselves as the Inuit, Athabasca Dene and Manitoba Dene, is the Cameron herds. And now we're applying pressure on them too as well, whether it may be harvesting, other factors, and now you're talking about mining too as well. And I know it's in your presentation that you don't want to put any protective measures on these designated area that we want to protect for these herds. Because the calving ground is very sensitive. And the elders have told us that, and you shouldn't be going in there, whether it may be hunting for any activity like either resource development or exploration, anything. It should be left untouched. That's what the elders told us. So I'm very concerned about that when you're talking about measures that you're putting into place to protect these herds. How are you going to protect that? When you have a big mining company that's sitting over there operating winter roads, transmission lines, and how do you plan to protect the caribou in their calving grounds while all these activities are happening?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. And thanks for the comments and the questions. It's definitely a complicated issue, and the structure of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated is we're the parent organization. So politically, we're divided into 3 regions. If you look at the map over there behind people, you have the area just north of Manitoba, which is the Kivalliq region, and the Kivalliq Inuit Association manages the surface lands. NTI, our organization, we've designated them and their lands department to manage surface lands. And so similar to the federal government or the provincial government, depending where you live, they issue the land use permits and do the inspections. Further to the west, when you talk about the Bathurst herd or even the Beverly herd has been moving further west, it's the Kitikmeot Inuit Association. So that's a separate organization, similar to the Athabasca Dene, having their own structure and political structure separate. My apologies, but for the Manitoba communities. So NTI, our Nunavut Tungavik, respects the role that our regional organizations have in managing Inuit-owned lands. To the east is Baffin Island, and that's where we have the Kikikdani Inuit Association. North of us, the communities of Uvet and Whale Cove, there's been a lot of discussions about the calving grounds and whether or not exploration companies should be going into those areas, whether they're going onto Inuit-owned lands or to Crown lands. And again, the challenges are, the challenges are respecting that now that we have a Nunavut agreement, an Inuit-owned land, and some of that land was selected because there is gold or other minerals subsurface, and there's an opportunity for jobs for young people. How do you balance that with what impact is going to happen, whether it's on the environment, the habitat, or the wildlife? And in our presentation, it mentions Inuit impact benefit agreements. And so again, because we have a signed land claim agreement, we have agreements with companies on what types of benefits communities would receive. And we're in consultations with our regions or with our communities for these very difficult decisions. And to say it's one or the other, there's people that are very passionate, similar to what we've been hearing the last few days about the environment and wildlife, but they're just as passionate or concerned about what are the economic opportunities for our communities. And if there's going to be development, they want it done in a responsible way and with terms and conditions in place. Can it be better? Probably, and that's something we strive for and work with our regions and our communities to have monitoring, to have terms and conditions in place that traffic will stop when the caribou are migrating through. And one of the toughest topics we're currently dealing with is around calving grounds and the protection of calving grounds. Because as James mentioned in the presentation, Inuit-owned lands, 43% of that is going to be impacted if there's total protection. And Inuit will have negotiated that right to decide what will happen or not happen on Inuit-owned land. And so we're asking the Planning Commission to respect that Inuit own that land, and that tough decision will have to be made by the people that are affected by it. Our department has been working with the regions to do regional caribou workshops, and this December we're having a caribou summit to bring all 3 regions together to discuss not just calving grounds, because there's only a handful of communities impacted by mines, but other issues and concerns around caribou. I hope that helps to answer, and I can follow up with you more later too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go over to Tina.
Hello, Tina Giroux Robillard from the Beverly Kamaniriak Caribou Management Board. So KIA has recommended that mobile conservation measures be applied by exploration projects for protecting caribou when they are on their calving areas. The government of Nunavut has recommended that only seasonal restrictions be applied for protection of caribou during calving and post-calving areas or seasons, and that mobile measures should not be used by exploration companies on calving grounds. The government of Northwest Territories has shared what they describe as a preliminary draft framework for testing, applying, and evaluating caribou mobile measures for application during all seasons that has not yet been applied in the field and has not been evaluated to see if or how it works in protecting caribou. So my question is, given the differing opinions among regulatory agencies and the lack of standardized and proven approaches, how can KIA justify recommending that the NPC acquire the capacity and the capability to do the necessary work it would have to do to test and evaluate the methods prior to the final land use plan being implemented? Because essentially you're putting all your cards onto these measures instead of protecting the habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean from Nunavut Tungavik, and Maria will help me out with this as well. The question is posed to the Kivarlak Inuit Association, so I'm hesitant to respond on behalf of them. They're not presenting this week, but they are listening. They presented last week at the hearing in Rankin Inlet. And again, sort of referring back to the workshops that we've had, because again, our structure in Nunavut is we have designated Inuit organizations, and the Kivarlak Inuit Association has been designated or mandated by NTI to manage Inuit-owned lands. But we also have hunters and trappers organizations in each of our communities, which make up the Kivarlak Wildlife Board, who sit on the Beverly Kamaniriak Caribou Management Board. So we work with them to hopefully have good communication between the concerns about wildlife and caribou with those Inuit organizations, those hunters and trappers organizations, with the Kivarlak Inuit Association, who has that mandate to manage lands. I can't speak to your question directly, other than my own personal experience living in Rankin Inlet and being close to the mine, and working on a regular basis with the Lands Department. They do have staff that are out there that are doing regular monitoring and visits and regular meetings. And again, not to say that that's an answer, but I think what you were saying, and I've been part of the working groups in the Northwest Territories as well, we're all striving to see how can we improve things to make sure that the caribou are not impacted if there is going to be this development. And it's that continual balance that we're looking for between having an economy and opportunities for our young people, but making sure that we have the wildlife and the traditions that people rely on so much. I don't know, Mary, if you're... Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have a follow-up question? Please go ahead.
Yes, Tina Giroux, Beverly Kamaniriak Caribou Management Board. I was just wondering if the Commission would allow me to... I have specific, more technical questions that I would have liked to ask KIA, but in the meantime, NTI is here. Either I can go through them to get them on the record, or I can submit them at a later. But they are important questions, especially about these caribou conservation measures because, as I had mentioned earlier, these measures that are being proposed are essentially replacing habitat protection.
We will allow the questions, knowing you might not get answers today.
Okay, and if it's okay, I'm going to sit
But-
because I have them on my computer.
But our presenters will answer for what they can.
Thank you. So I have 5 questions, and I'll just go through them all, and then thank you. So the mobile caribou conservation measures, as proposed and described in documents submitted to the MPC by the KIA and the government of NWT, have a complex set of requirements. This would involve mapping, monitoring, and establishing zone and thresholds for mitigation for each individual project, one at a time. So my questions are, 1, has KIA determined how they would communicate with exploration companies, both large and small, about these new requirements to tell them what would be required and what they would be responsible for in terms of making arrangements and paying costs to make sure it is all in place before they start work on the land? Would this communication be done through the government's online staking program or some other means? Would the parties that are responsible, have they agreed to put this new system in place before the land use plan is finalized? Second question is, who would be responsible for monitoring compliance with these new rules? What penalty would be applied for non-compliance, and how would it be enforced? Third, would this system be required for all exploration projects, starting with very small camps in their first season of prospecting? If not, what alternate system would be in place for smaller projects? 4, what agency would maintain sufficient satellite collar data and mapping capacity and be able to provide information on an as-needed basis? Who would be responsible for providing and paying for acquiring and distributing the data? And what system would be used to disseminate information while ensuring that it is not used for other purposes contrary to project objectives such as hunting? How would KIA guarantee that numerous small operations, which all need information at approximately the same time, but for different geographic areas, would get it when they need it? And lastly, how would you determine if the plan is working? Who would be monitoring? What contingency plan have you thought to put in place should significant impacts be seen that are attributed to the activity that's happening on the calving grounds and post-calving grounds be seen? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. As in all times, the answer can be we will reply in writing. So you may not have the answers today. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik. And thank you for the questions, Tina. I believe we heard similar questions at the Rankin Inlet hearing. Our colleagues at the Kivalliq Inuit Association sent a message that they will be able to respond in writing, and that information will be shared with the Planning Commission as well as with the Beverly Comunidjuak Caribou Management Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie has a question. Please go ahead.
Hello, Stephanie Thrassi from Tuduli Lake. I guess I had a follow-up question for Ron, and he was asking about the mobile protection measures. Do these apply to exploration and also to operating mines?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik. And thank you for your question. Sorry, it's hard to answer and with my back turned to you. As Marie pointed out, each region has unique situations depending on the herd, the location, and what companies are where. For the Kivalliq region, and this only applies on Inuit-owned lands, the Kivalliq Inuit Association issues a land use permit, so they are meeting with these companies. There's an application process and there's terms and conditions that go along with it. And part of that would be any terms and conditions they'd have around caribou protection measures, whether the caribou, if they're in a sensitive area or a sensitive time of year, that sort of things. Monitoring. The Kivalliq Inuit Association has an office in Baker Lake where they have staff, and they also have an office in Rankin Inlet, which is their main office, and they have staff. And they would do inspections at both the two mine sites and I guess the third, or Meadowbank has the whale-tail deposit, but all those locations. I'm not 100% sure what the inspections are like for the exploration activities, but there is exploration or there's monitoring of those sites and reports that are done. And sorry. And for the Kivalliq Association, and if you contact their office, and I know there's been some, because of the Seal River Initiative, and if I'm not mistaken, part of the funding is tied to communicating with Inuit as well. And there is that, hopefully that communication with the Kivalliq Inuit Association. They have that information at their office. Sorry. I hope that, if I might have missed anything, but I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for that. It doesn't. So I guess I thought it was a kind of a simple, like, clear question. Do mobile protection measures apply to exploration or to operating mines?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik. Yes, they do. And if they're on Inuit-owned lands, it would be the Kivalliq Inuit Association. And if they're on Crown lands, it would be their land use inspectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I don't see any. Nunavut Planning Commission withheld. Do we have a question? Please go ahead.
Test. There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just a point of clarification on the last exchange that took place. Just going on memory, I believe it was noted by participants presenting at the last public hearing that mobile protection measures were only applicable to exploration projects, and then once a mine became operational, then a different suite of measures would be developed through project certificates. I'm just wondering if you can provide any clarification on that. I think there was a different response we heard last week from KVIA, appreciating that they're not presenting today. Thanks.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bert Dean with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. And thanks, Jonathan, for that request for clarification. You're correct. It's a more complex system that comes into play once a mine is operating.
Thank you. I believe we're done for questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'll look at timing in just a sec. I have to ask a question. But thank you very much. Okay, we'll have a 10-minute break. Give time for the government of Nunavut to get ready, and everybody else a chance to stretch your legs. So at 2:30 we'll start. Thanks. Government of Nunavut representatives, please go ahead when you're ready. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. Thank you to the Nunavut Planning Commission for the opportunity to present today, as well as the opportunity to listen to the thoughts of Dene and others regarding the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. My name is Henry Coleman, and I am the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Environment. To my left is Daniel Haney, my department's Manager of Land Use and Environmental Assessment. To my right is Eamon Carroll, Legal Counsel. Today, however, it is my privilege to speak for the entire Government of Nunavut. I would like to start by acknowledging the territory as Treaty 5 and thank the Kootenay Dene for hosting. Sorry if I am mispronouncing. I would also like to thank the Athabasca Dene Selune for traveling to meet with us. We thank all the community delegates, Kootenay Dene and Athabasca Dene Selune planning partners for their ongoing participation in the planning process. Masicho. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work done by the Commission and their staff for reaching the hearings for the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Lastly, this would not be possible without the support of the interpreters, caterers, and information technology support, and we thank you for your hard work supporting these meetings. There are many Government of Nunavut experts and support staff from across departments who have contributed to the technical review of the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, many of whom are following the proceedings online from Nunavut. This review is the outcome of the collective work of all Government of Nunavut departments. We are going to provide an overview of the Government of Nunavut's technical review regarding the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. In the presentation, I will talk about the Government of Nunavut's role in this process, as well as the mandate that guides our participation. Following this, I will present the Government of Nunavut's technical review of the 2021 plan. Finally, I will conclude the presentation and we will be happy to answer any questions. The successful completion of the Nunavut Land Use Plan is an obligation under the Nunavut Agreement, Article 11, and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, Section 53, and is a priority for the Government of Nunavut. Once approved, the Nunavut Land Use Plan will guide and direct the territory's long-term vision for both development and conservation. This is a monumental task for the Commission, requiring a balanced approach that is reflective of a range of views. No issue exemplifies the competing values of responsible economic development and environmental protection more than the draft plan's proposed designations for caribou habitat. This will therefore be a primary focus of the technical review portion of our presentation today. Katujiluta is the vision and overarching policy goal that will guide the government of Nunavut's final review of the 2021 draft plan once it is submitted by the Commission. As a territory, the government of Nunavut wants more communities to benefit from fishing, harvesting, and tourism, as well as increased Indigenous employment in mining and mining-related sectors. The Nunavut Land Use Plan should balance responsible economic development as well as ensuring development of critical infrastructure such as roads. Inuit Kayumaye Tokangit, or Inuit traditional knowledge, and its 8 principles are integral to the government of Nunavut. And we believe that Inuit Kayumaye Tokangit and Indigenous or traditional knowledge are essential to the Commission and the Nunavut Land Use Plan. The plan in its vision should create the conditions for traditional activities that have sustained Inuit, First Nations, and Métis for thousands of years, but also account for the responsible development of Nunavut's natural resources and diverse economic opportunities through increased investments. The government of Nunavut employs a whole-of-government approach in our participation in land use planning. All departments in the government of Nunavut contribute to the technical review and make recommendations to senior management. Government of Nunavut submissions to the Commission represent a unified voice. This slide brings us to the Government of Nunavut's technical review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This map represents the important issues that drive the Nunavut Planning Commission to put zoning in place. It shows where land access restrictions have been proposed by the Commission and why. This slide shows the main priorities which the Government of Nunavut has identified in relation to the draft plan. The Government of Nunavut recommends that there is a balance in the plan between conservation and responsible economic development. This includes both environmental stewardship as well as current and future economic opportunities. This is the first generation Nunavut Land Use Plan, and it will change in the future. The plan must therefore be appropriately scoped and avoid using extensive land use prohibitions where insufficient evidence exists to justify these. Lastly, municipal views require more explicit inclusion in the implementation of the plan to ensure that it is compatible with municipal plans. The Government of Nunavut's main comment is that the plan does not adequately balance environmental and economic goals. We understand that everyone may have a different understanding of what a balanced plan is. The Government of Nunavut sees a balanced plan as one where there is enough wildlife, such as caribou, to meet the dietary and cultural needs of Indigenous peoples, food sovereignty, and where there are diverse economic opportunities for Nunavut and Indigenous landowners, as well as the development of Nunavut's infrastructure, such as roads. This graph is a summary of land use designations proposed in the 2021 draft plan for the Nunavut settlement area, organized by region. All limited use designations prohibit development activities, including mining, oil, and gas exploration. Limited use areas are 22% of the Nunavut settlement area as proposed in 2021. This is an increase from 16% proposed in the 2016 draft. Including of particular interest here in Thompson, 22% limited use in the Kivalliq region where the Dene overlap area is located. The majority of the Kivalliq is proposed as mixed use. I will also draw your attention to the conditional use bar in the graph. Limited use areas may affect some communities, such as those with closer proximity to known resource potential, or those with greater transportation and infrastructure potential. The 2021 plan states that an effective land use plan needs to achieve a balance between environmental, social, and economic needs and potential. One of the Government of Nunavut's primary assessment is that this balance has not yet been achieved. However, we do think that there is a path forward. To further explain the Government of Nunavut position, this slide shows the mainland caribou herds and our understanding of their population trends. Caribou are important to Nunavut Mute and other indigenous groups for many reasons. They are culturally significant, provide a good local source of food for food sovereignty, and support the economy. Sustainably managing caribou can guarantee that they will be a part of Nunavut and Nuene into the future. Many herds are in decline and there is uncertainty of the causes. Communities have expressed their concern that something needs to be done, and the Commission has heard them. In the 2021 plan, the Commission has designated caribou calving and post-calving grounds, key access corridors, and freshwater crossings as limited use areas. This comes with year-round prohibitions. In the Government of Nunavut's assessment, an increase in limited use supports conservation but does not support economic development adequately. We must consider the socio-economic implications of those protections. The Government of Nunavut generally supports the protection of critical caribou habitat and has faith in the robust regulatory system in Nunavut to help address impacts. In the Government of Nunavut's assessment, excessive limited use designations limit economic opportunity, such as access to resources, infrastructure development, and community development and Indigenous landowners' goals and priorities. The Government of Nunavut therefore recommends that conditional use zoning with seasonal restrictions can better achieve a balance between these priorities. This slide shows the North Baffin Island herds and has been developed by the Department of Environment in collaboration with their wildlife partners. The Department of Environment works closely with communities to monitor the health of caribou herds. Although there is less interest in these island herds here in Thompson, It highlights the Government of Nunavut's commitment to continuously monitoring the accuracy of these areas. Where the Government of Nunavut does not have sufficient data to delineate caribou habitat, in these areas we rely on Inuit Kayimayetokangit. Again, that's traditional knowledge of the indigenous peoples who live there. Again, the Government of Nunavut recommends conditional use designations wherever insufficient data exists to support limited use. This slide is about the demographics of Nunavummiut and socio-economic needs of Nunavut. Before moving on, I will simply highlight that Nunavut has one of the youngest populations in Canada, as well as the highest unemployment rates. These young Nunavut will need jobs. Mining is Nunavut's largest private sector employer. The Government of Nunavut technical assessment has determined that the 2021 plan is too restrictive. The current plan prohibits mineral exploration on approximately 21% of the planning region. This map shows how mineral exploration activities in gray interact with land use planning designations. Large areas of Nunavut remain unexplored. As such, the resource potential is unknown and holds considerable value. The limited use designation prohibits exploration work that is needed to properly understand the resource potential to make informed decisions on the acceptability of development. Few exploration projects develop into a full productive mine, approximately 1 in 1,000 in Nunavut. A plan that unduly limits exploration can therefore reduce the chance that a viable deposit is found. Nunavut is already considered a difficult area to develop. The Government of Nunavut does not want to create additional barriers to potential opportunities. Exploration activity can be low impact and have flexible schedules. The exploration industry also makes significant investment contributions. There is a lack of infrastructure in Nunavut. However, the mining industry is a source of infrastructure development that can benefit the territory. For successful exploration projects, the Government of Nunavut is an active participant in the territory's robust environmental assessment process, led by the Nunavut Impact Review Board. As mentioned, Nunavut's unemployment rate is high and employment opportunities may be limited. The economic impact of the current draft plan may be significant. Opportunities for Nunavut, its residents, and its indigenous landowners may be limited by prohibiting exploration and unduly restricting transportation or hydro, such as the Manitoba-Kivalliq project. Connections for both development and communities. There is an abundance of minerals and metals in Nunavut, including critical minerals for green technologies, as well as potential for significant oil and gas development. Post-devolution, the Government of Nunavut will be supported by revenue and royalties driven by economic opportunities, such as from resource development, to provide services to the territory. A restrictive plan limits the economic potential available for both residents and indigenous landowners. more consideration needs to be given to the socio-economic impacts of prohibitive land use designations. The territory's population and socio-economic needs are increasing. The Nunavut Land Use Plan should support development in a way to address both conservation and responsible development factors. The conditional use designation with seasonal restrictions for caribou, calving, and post-calving grounds, key access corridors, and freshwater crossings is appropriate to balance environmental and economic goals. This would create formalized protection during the most sensitive periods of the caribou life cycle, while allowing for a flexible case-by-case approach during the Nunavut Impact Review Board assessment. Further, the Government of Nunavut supports seasonal restrictions up to and including seasonal phased shutdowns in these areas, and we have provided the critical timing windows for when caribou are present. The Government of Nunavut does not consider large limited use areas to be desirable in this first generation plan. As a first generation territory-wide plan, the Government of Nunavut recommends a more incremental approach to land access restrictions. The Government of Nunavut acknowledges that over time, more information and regional decisions may lead to amendments to make some areas more restrictive. The Government of Nunavut recommends a red flag approach to identify areas of interest, concern, significance, and where competing interests exist and require greater scrutiny. As more information is known, the plan can be updated through periodic reviews and plan amendments. The Government of Nunavut has identified that the Nunavut Land Use Plan is not compatible with community plans. This slide is also less relevant to the communities here today. However, we can see examples of how limited use areas overlap with municipal boundaries. The Commission is addressing this issue. As per the Nunavut Agreement, the Nunavut Planning Commission must consider municipal views when developing land use plans. Future projects, before they reach the Commission, may conform to these plans and have community support. To address this, the Government of Nunavut recommends that a mechanism to recognize community views and priorities is included in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Nunavut Land Use Plan needs to account for community plans within municipal boundaries. Community planning is central to the Commission's goal of building healthy communities and should be reflective in Chapter 4 of the plan. To address these concerns, the Government of Nunavut recommends that the scope of minor variances be broadened so that projects that conform with community plans may be referred to the review board for screening, or a general exemption should be built into the plan if the project is in conformity with the community plan, or areas within municipal boundaries are zoned as mixed use. Another point to consider is the Grays Bay Port and Road Corridor, which is zoned as a valued component and overlaps with limited use areas that prohibit linear infrastructure. The Government of Nunavut is a supporter in principle of this project, and since other priority transportation corridors are supported by the plan, the Government of Nunavut recommends that the Grays Bay Port and the Road Corridor, as a project of interest, should be supported by the plan and zoned appropriately. The Government of Nunavut recommends all existing rights should be protected and able to reasonably develop without a plan amendment. Some of Nunavut's existing mineral rights are not protected in the current draft plan. Stranded assets are existing rights surrounded by limited use areas, needing a plan amendment to access them. The surrounding limited use restrictions in these areas also impact the value of those existing rights. The Government of Nunavut recommends that the issue of stranded assets be addressed in the plan. Having access to clean drinking water is important and recognized by the Commission. Recently, several communities have had to draw water from their secondary sources. The Government of Nunavut has identified 2 secondary water sources outside municipal boundaries and has supplied them to the Commission. It is important that the identification of secondary drinking water sources does not unduly restrict other municipal goals, such as transportation and quarrying for aggregate resources. To balance drinking water with other municipal goals, the Government of Nunavut recommends that secondary drinking water sources beyond municipal boundaries be designated valued components. As part of its dual mandate in the Nunavut Land Use Plan, the Government of Nunavut has been asked by the Nunavut Planning Commission to confer with its co-signatories on certain issues. These meetings between the 3 signatories, the Government of Nunavut, the Government of Canada, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, are ongoing, as well as direct signatory meetings. All 3 signatories are also part of other ongoing negotiations. As part of devolution, some of what is currently federal lands will become Government of Nunavut lands. These negotiations are ongoing. Additionally, all 3 signatories of the Land Use Plan are part of the ongoing treaty negotiations related to the Dene Overlap area. In this work, Kotene Dene and Athabasca Dene Sulene lawyers and analysts have continued to meet with the Government of Nunavut lawyers and analysts throughout this process. We hope to expand this work with the Kotene Dene and Athabasca Dene Sulene as we work together to achieve balance in this land. The Government of Nunavut wildlife officers and biologists work continually to incorporate Inuit Inuit traditional knowledge, gather scientific data, and protect caribou. We hope to expand this work with the Haudenosaunee Dene and Athabasca Dene Sulene in the future. The Government of Nunavut also listens to both large project proponents and local entrepreneurs on development concerns. This work will all continue throughout the life of this first generation Nunavut land use plan. The Government of Nunavut appreciates this opportunity to discuss our technical review and recommendations and provide additional perspective for our fellow planning partners' consideration. Development in the north can be particularly challenging, and we owe it to Nunavummiut and all Indigenous landowners to collect all the necessary information and input before making land access decisions. We must emphasize the importance of integrated resource management system and the work carried out not just by the Nunavut Planning Commission, but also the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. Together, these institutions safeguard the ecosystemic and socio-economic integrity of Nunavut and ensure the responsible development of our natural resources. At this point, the Government of Nunavut would like to emphasize that there have been improvements to the plan. The Government of Nunavut found that the options and recommendations document has been greatly improved and helped facilitate our review of the plan. The Government of Nunavut would like to see the Commission's rationale expanded so there is a better understanding of the trade-offs that were made and the decision-making process for the different land use designations. Going forward, the Government of Nunavut is confident that a balance can be struck between conditional use with seasonal restrictions that supports responsible development and economic growth. The Government of Nunavut has faith in the Nunavut Planning Commission process and in the processes of other Nunavut institutions of public governance. Nunavut Impact Review Board, Nunavut Water Board, Nunavut Surface Rights Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. The Government of Nunavut has listened and heard what all participants in the process have brought forward. The views of the Haudenosaunee Dene, Athabasca Dene Sulene, Métis, and other planning partners are important. The Government of Nunavut is looking forward to receiving a revised draft plan from the Commission after the record has closed. We will now be happy to answer any questions you may have for the Government of Nunavut. Thank you, merci, Kuyanamik, and again, Masicho.
Thank you. We'll start with Nunavut Planning Commission staff. Questions? Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the GN representatives here today for your presentation. Given the discussion this week has focused a great deal on caribou, I'm just going to limit my questions to the topic of caribou today. During your presentation, you indicated the Government of Nunavut's support for conditional land use designations for several caribou habitats that would apply seasonal restrictions rather than year-round restrictions in the proposed limited use designations. Does that mean the government of Nunavut supports, in principle, mining development on caribou calving grounds in particular?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you for the question. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. The mining requires an all-year restriction. However, the seasonal restrictions we are discussing is for exploration work.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Okay, thank you. So just for further clarification, you support seasonal restrictions on exploration activities which would allow a mine to become operational, which then would not be subject to those seasonal restrictions.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. Eamon Carroll's going to answer that one.
Go
Eamon
ahead.
Carroll, Legal Counsel, Government of Nunavut. In a lot of ways, that's a bit of a slippery slope argument in the sense that a mine would necessarily require a year-round presence. So it would require some sort of plan amendment to come into on the seasonal conditions. The seasonal conditions are about whether or not something will be limited year-round or limited with seasonality. So the conditional use areas would be seasonal rather than year-round. I'm not quite following about the mine piece, because for a mine to exist, it would be there year-round.
Thank you. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think we understand that for a mine to be operational on a calving ground, there would need to be some type of caribou management approach associated with that mine. As a further follow-up, is the government of Nunavut aware of any operating mines in other jurisdictions on caribou calving grounds in particular?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. The answer for that is no. We're not aware.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. So just to confirm then, the government of Nunavut is not aware of any evidence of mining operations on caribou calving grounds being compatible with the well-being of caribou populations.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. The answer for that is no as well.
Thank you. One more question. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Also in your presentation today, you highlighted the economic value of mining to Nunavut in general, and the Commission certainly appreciates that. We're wondering if the government of Nunavut would be able to provide updated information on the economic value of caribou to Nunavut and potentially surrounding jurisdictions as well.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. May I ask for Jonathan to further clarify the question? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. We've heard throughout this planning process the value of caribou, whether that be cultural, environmental, economic. We're aware of previous estimates of sort of a dollar value associated with the harvest of caribou to Nunavut communities, respecting as well that these same herds are being harvested by communities in other jurisdictions. And we're just wondering if the government of Nunavut, with your responsibilities for caribou management, would be in a position to identify sort of a current estimate of the economic value of caribou. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. We'll have to reply in writing for that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sharon has 2 questions. Please go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Government of Nunavut for your presentation. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. So you stated that you're unaware of situations where mining development has proceeded in the caribou calving grounds. That's correct. So could the GN advise us if they can be confident that mining development on the caribou calving grounds could proceed without threatening the well-being of the herds? My first question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Eamon Carroll, Legal Counsel. I believe we said that we're unaware of caribou development in other jurisdictions. We can provide an answer in writing if you kind of clarify the question, because it's more about the awareness in other jurisdictions than...
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. If the question that had been asked with balance with economic development and the sustainability of the herds and your position of having development or potential development in the caribou calving grounds, where or what evidence does the GN have that these are compatible activities in the caribou calving grounds? And is there any evidence, should these developments proceed, that there is protection for the sustainability and the health of the herds? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
There seems to be some confusion. We're not saying that developments proceed other than the developments we've identified to the Commission. Our presentation was about exploration.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first question Jonathan asked you was, does the Government of Nunavut support exploration and development in the caribou calving grounds, post-calving grounds, or water crossings?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
And we responded in the affirmative with regards to exploration.
Sorry, they can't hear you through
I apologize. Eamon Carroll, legal counsel. We responded in the affirmative for exploration.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. So my question is, in the affirmative, that a development were to proceed on the Caribou Calving grounds, what evidence do you have that the protection and the sustainability and the health of the herds would not be affected? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. I think I can be a little bit clearer in regards to the exploration phase. That would be the first step with having seasonal restrictions in place. It would allow exploration to occur to see what's there. And then at that point, a more robust hearing or meetings regarding further development would proceed at that point. It wouldn't be to allow full stage mining to occur. It was just to allow the exploration to occur. I think, does that clear our position up at all? Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon has another question in the meantime. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halawak with the Executive Director, Nunavut Planning Commission. In your presentation, you have touched on a red flag approach. We know that in the presentation from the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Impact Review Board was clear that the environmental assessment process and the land use planning process are two distinct different processes, and the Impact Review Board had stated that they would prefer for guidance in the land use plan with regards to caribou protection measures and or other measures as recommended, and not to have it fall on the environmental assessment process. Could you provide direction or clarification on how your red flag approach would work and what guarantees the red flag approach would be long-term in sustainability of caribou protection? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. The red flag approach is more to identify areas where more discussion needs to take place. In terms of development or exploration and development in sensitive areas, we recommend seasonal restrictions, seasonal phased shutdowns in those areas, and we look to the Nunavut Impact Review Board process to go through a case-by-case approach on whether or not the government of Nunavut would support any further development of an exploration project into a mine. And that is where we will be making our recommendations, doing adequate consultation with affected communities to find out whether that development would be feasible and supported by communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now open it to community participants. Is there any registered participants? Oh, yep, okay. Please go ahead.
Chief Tisani of Hatchick Lake. I have a question and maybe a comment on the employee side. I experienced the mine, like we do have mines in our area in Saskatchewan, 3 of them close to the community where I come from on Treaty 10, on our treaty traditional area. Talking about employment, I remember when I was not a little boy, but back years when the company come and address about to getting that mine up, and they were talking about employees and some other opportunities. And now, as chief in the 3 Athabasca and 4 Helmet communities, that we had signed the agreement in 2016, and still, the lack of unemployment still happening in Hatchet, and the agreement is there, and they're not fulfilling their agreement, which still bothers us. And the other question I have is, how would you know if the mines would affect the caribou habitat in the cavern ground? With that, Masicho.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. We certainly understand your concern about employment levels not being reached. We've heard similar complaints from our communities in Nunavut, and we try to work with mining companies to get those employment levels reached, and we continue to do that work. As for your second question about how can we guarantee that a mine in a sensitive area will not have an impact, we can't guarantee that. We don't know that, and that is why we participate in these hearings, in the land use planning, and also in the environmental assessment process to try and answer those questions, communicate with stakeholders, and find solutions to that. So it's an ongoing process. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's a question over on the side wall. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Katie Rasmussen, part of the technical team for the Athabasca Dennisutune. So I have a couple of questions. The first question is about the conditional use designation that you've recommended with seasonal restrictions. So we know that seasonal restrictions do not equal protection. Seasonal restrictions cannot address the impacts caused by permanent infrastructure on the landscape, such as roads, such as the infrastructure that goes along with these activities. And I guess I should just say that I think it's a logical conclusion that if you're allowing exploration in these calving habitats, that you are planning to allow mining as well. I can't imagine any proponent being very supportive of spending time and money on exploration if they don't have assurances that they will be able to move forward to the next stage of development. So my comments are following that logical conclusion that these projects will be taking place in calving grounds. How do you, given that habitat protection is a universally accepted and fundamental principle of protecting vulnerable species, how can you justify not supporting any habitat protection in this land use plan? Especially given how important caribou are to the communities that have come to talk over the last couple of days.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
sorry, Chair. Eamon Carroll, Legal Counsel. Can we have a second to answer? There's a lot of questions.
Yep. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. So conditional use and limited use are zoning designations. And in order to protect areas, the best way to do that is through parks and conservation areas. And that's, I don't know if that answers the question or not, but thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's a follow-up. Please go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So you've mentioned that since this is a first-generation plan, that it would make sense to not have these limited use areas and then wait until you see if there's a red flag, such as caribou populations declining, before you review the plan and potentially put in more strict limited use designations. This approach seems completely backwards. Once you have industry on a landscape, once you've put roads and other infrastructure, once caribou populations have declined, it is incredibly hard to walk that back. It's much easier to listen to what people have been telling you, which is that these grounds are sacred, that they need to be respected, that they need to be protected. And if you feel you need more information, it would make much more sense to leave the limited use designation in place for now until you've gathered more information. And then it's a matter of lifting a designation from a map, rather than trying to deal with a population that's crashing, with infrastructure that's already permanently changed the landscape, and impacts that potentially cannot be reversed by the time we see that there's a problem. So can you please explain the logic behind your statement that it should be the opposite, that we should open it up now and apply more restrictive designations later?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. The conditional use designation permanently changes the Thank you, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. I'm going to let Airman Carroll to answer this one.
Okay, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Eamon Carroll, Legal Counsel. Again, I would highlight that conditional use with seasonal restrictions does not imply permanence or permanent changes to the landscape because of seasonal the very fact that there are seasonal restrictions. That would be mixed use. Anything that is being advocated as mixed use changes and mixed use designations, that's what can be permanently changed. And that is not the position of the government of Nunavut to advocate for more mixed use.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I think, again, the position that the government of Nunavut is taking is that it's very unclear. If you are opening up exploration in calving grounds, the logical conclusion is that there is a high potential of mining infrastructure in those calving grounds. If you do not expect to have mining infrastructure in the calving grounds, I would expect that exploration would also not happen, because what's the point of exploration otherwise?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. As we did mention in our presentation, only about 1 in 1,000 exploration projects evolves into a full productive mine. And even when exploration projects are being proposed, the Government of Nunavut is an active participant in the screening of those projects, and we always make recommendations for seasonal restrictions, seasonal shutdowns, and we do not support permanent infrastructure for exploration projects. So there would not be, we would hope that there would not be any permanent infrastructure associated with those exploration projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one final. It's more of a, I guess, a comment, but it seems like, I mean, what we've heard in the room over the last couple of days, and what I've heard from a lot of, Inuit hunter and trapper organizations as well in listening to some of the other hearings, is that people are saying that these calving grounds are important and should be protected. And this approach of wanting to leave it open for exploration, and then maybe down the road we'll have more consultation if we want to have a mine developed there or another incompatible project developed there. It's very taxing on all of these people that have come out to express their views. And it just sounds like the government of Nunavut is willing to gamble with, the culture and the rights and the livelihoods of the people that have come to speak, but also to add this extra burden. One of the benefits of land use planning at this high level is that we can identify areas on the landscape, these key critical places where we can say, in this one area, industrial development of this type is not compatible with the other values on the landscape. And the proposal that we won't designate that, we won't use that tool at all, just means that all of these community people will have years and years and years of more meetings and consultations, and more taxation of their time and their resources and their capacity to come and tell you the same thing that they've been saying, which is that these grounds should be respected. So that's more of a comment than a question, but I would appreciate to hear your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. We believe that's the purpose of parks and conservation areas. So, however, we have heard you. So thank you.
Please go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. We hear that loud and clear. We acknowledge that these processes are very taxing. And that is also, as you mentioned, land use planning helps to alleviate that by identifying valued ecosystemic and socioeconomic components. And the Nunavut Planning Commission has done a lot of work on gathering those community areas of interest and other valued components. And those will be made available to all proponents when they move through the process. So I hope that alleviates some of the concern there, but I certainly acknowledge that it is very taxing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? I see a hand up back there. Please go ahead.
Si David Bigayushi, Bank Counselor, Black Lake First Nations.
From Black Lake First Nations.
Etan Danesi, Etan Doris
I rely on caribou meat.
Doajan, government of Nunavut.
The government of Nunavut are sitting in front of us and how they talk. And what their representatives had told them regarding the importance of caribou, it sounds like they are not listening to the concerns of the people. It sounds like they don't listen to what we are saying as well. Where the mining exploration is all the importance to them. They could just see it.
My name is David Bigeye. I'm from Black Lake First Nation, Denison, Caribou people we are. My concern, my deepest thought that I have sitting here through your presentation, it seems like we have an issue regarding mining industry. I did some exploration in my life. I asked you a question. Did you ever experience hands-on doing exploration in land? But I did. It's a big distraction when you do that drilling. There's choppers coming in, bringing in fuel. If there's roads coming in. If you're on snowmobile, there's snowmobile back and forth. And we have big drills coming in, drilling holes for minerals. To me, it doesn't matter what we say here. You guys had already made a decision that you're going to go ahead with this. Because you want to create employment opportunity for young people, you stated. That's what we said, like what Chief Bart stated. But the industry, they leave a big mess. The mess is not replaceable. Sacred land, where the calving grounds cannot be replaced, along with the caribou. That red zone means a lot. To me, there's a way that we can work around it. But to do the exploration on calving ground is going to be a big distraction to our sensitive animals, caribou. Every time we ask you a question, you brush it off, you answer in different format, not direct. If I ask you a question, would you answer me truthfully? Do you respect and protect our caribou and your caribou in your territory and the lands where we shared once in thousands of years ago? Do you have the passion to protect them? Or the money is the only thing that you see? What is it? That troubles me. We learn as we go. I got gray in my hair. I learn. I was young once. I used to hear elders talk about stuff, and I never took it seriously. But now sitting here, and those words reminds me of what they were focusing and had vision of things that's going to come out. You should reconsider and think about it. Especially on the calving grounds or any other wildlife, birds too. All the animals, mammals. My question to you is, do you respect the caribou calving grounds?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. Thank you very much for that question, and I can say yes, we do. Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to thank the Government of Nunavut for their presentation, and then we'd like to take a 10-minute break to transfer over to Agnico Eagle. Our hope is to power through and be done as soon as possible this evening, aiming for 6 to put a time frame on it, but we'll see how we go. So thank you very much, Government of Nunavut. Looks like you're ready to go, so please start your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Jamie Cannell, Director of Permitting and Regulatory Affairs for Agnico Eagle. To my right, I have Mano Turmel, Superintendent, Permitting and Regulatory Affairs. To my left, Dr. Greg Sharam, who is the expert on Arctic wildlife matters. In the back, we have Christine Cobell, our external legal counsel for permitting and regulatory matters. I would also like to recognize we are gathered here together on Treaty 5 lands. Again, we thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for this opportunity to present at this hearing. Plus, it's nice to be in Thompson. This slide presents an overview of our presentation. It should be noted that we have condensed this version of our presentation as we have articulated our full overview of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan at the Rankin Inlet hearing. Our full presentation is on Nunavut Planning Commission registry for those who want to take a look at it. This presentation will be focused on our caribou monitoring and mitigation that are conditions of our existing Nunavut Impact Review Board project certificate. Overall, we respect the great effort that has gone into developing the plan. It is an achievement to have brought a draft to this point. We support the land use planning process, and it's important under the Nunavut Agreement. However, Agnico Eagle feels there is more work to be done before it is ready for approval. We recognize working together and compromise will be necessary to arrive at a final plan, but we are very concerned about the impact of the current draft on Nunavut's balanced, sustainable future. We like to describe who we are at Agnico Eagle. Agnico Eagle is a senior Canadian gold mining company with 7 Canadian operating mines, as well as mines in Australia, Finland, and Mexico. We have been in business for over 60 years. We have 3 mines in Nunavut, located near the communities of Baker Lake, Cambridge Bay, and Rankin Inlet. Our Nunavut operations have been going for over 12 years now, and we have learned a lot about how to operate safely and sustainably in the Arctic over that time. And we are still learning. We work closely with the Inuit in Nunavut to make sure our operations do not negatively affect caribou. We have also been working with Hotel Nene Kotene Dene on topics related to caribou. We have met with you in Winnipeg. Some of you may recognize my colleague Mano Turmel to my right from those in-person meetings in Winnipeg. Our operations in Nunavut provide an essential opportunity for wage employment for local residents. As you heard the government of Nunavut speak to earlier, there's a very large number of young people entering the workforce in the near term, and without mining, there just is not the opportunity for employment. Our mines support the opportunity for Nunavut residents to stay and work in Nunavut. Also, Agnico Eagle is recognized globally for its leading environmental, social, and governance practices. In addition, we are recognized by the Mining Association of Canada related towards sustainable mining. Just a few points to emphasize related to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. People who have invested in mineral claims in Nunavut to date should continue to have the ability to explore, develop, and access those claims. This is what we mean when we refer to grandparenting. Nunavut Planning Commission states it as existing rights. Second, we believe more information is needed in order to specify limited use and conditional use areas. While we acknowledge the good work done so far, in our view, the information that these areas were based on is unclear and incomplete. More collaboration on these matters is required to incorporate the available scientific information as well as Inuit and traditional knowledge. We are fully prepared to actively engage in this task. Third, we believe the prohibitions on mining within those polygons will not be effective in protecting caribou, and they also do not take into account magnitude of effects or the mitigation and monitoring conducted by Agnico Eagle. Rather than focus on map-based protection, we think the focus should be on protecting caribou where they are. We are also pleased to give you more information on our Nunavut Impact Review Board Project Certificate mandated programs today. But before I turn it over to Mano and Greg, I just want to add a few details based on a previous discussion, based on a process for protecting caribou. Just related to our regional exploration group, we follow the mobile caribou protection measures, which is directed through our permits and leases with the Kavalik Inuit Association. Once we advance a project to an operational level, when it seems to be appropriate to do that, we go through the full regulatory process with the Nunavut Impact Review Board, and then we develop a very rigorous program for the terrestrial management program that Mano and Greg will refer to. Exploration at our site within the footprint will follow the more rigorous program that we have established at the operations. But our regional exploration, which may be a couple of drills, will follow the mobile caribou protection measures. So based on that, I'll hand it over to Mano and Greg to get some of those details now.
Manon Turmel, Agnico Eagle. Good afternoon. As Jamie mentioned, we think effective measures have been developed that mines can implement that will protect caribou. So we have focused this presentation here in Thompson to show the community some of the unique things we do at our mine sites to limit our impact on caribou. Before I get into the details, I want to note the footprint of areas affected by mining. The actual area affected, including reasonably foreseeable future mining, is very small. So I want to reassure everyone that there's still a large area of habitat that has no mines at all in Nunavut. As Jamie mentioned, all Agnico Eagle exploration projects and mines have robust mitigation and monitoring programs. For exploration, the Kivalik and Kitikmeot Inuit Association permit activities, whether they're smaller in scope or advanced, using mobile caribou protection measures. This means that special caribou protections are included in the surface tenures that are issued by the Inuit landowners. At our mines, we have a terrestrial ecosystem mitigation and monitoring plan. We'll be referring to it as a wildlife plan. So this wildlife plan is based on Inuit Kauimaiatuqangit and traditional knowledge and Western science. This plan is reviewed by Indigenous and technical experts. It is a requirement by the Nunavut Impact Review Board Project Certificate. And the results of monitoring or any adaptive management is reported to the Nunavut Impact Review Board. Indigenous groups and experts review and update the wildlife plan in a working group. In the next slide, I'll present you some of our working groups. And as part of the process, the Nunavut Impact Review Board asks for public comments on the wildlife plan. So in this slide, we want to show you some of the working groups that we have developed at some of our mine sites. The first one is for the Meadowbank mine around Baker Lake. You can see a picture here of one of the first meetings and some of the players that were involved. Some are here in this room. So this group was formed in 2018 and includes the Kivalik Inuit Associations, Hunters and Trappers Organization, the Government of Nunavut, and Environment and Climate Change Canada. In this working group, we report the results of monitoring, we conduct sites visits, and we use Inuit Kawimayatu Hangit and Western science to look at the monitoring results, mitigation, and if anything needs to be adjusted based on what's being seen in the field. And the group meets regularly, multiple times a year. And our Meliadine mine, this group has had its first meeting on May 4th. Some of the groups involved, Kivalik Inuit Association, Hunters and Trappers Organization, the Saisi Dene First Nation, the Northlands Denesutline First Nation, the Government of Nunavut, and Environment and Climate Change Canada. We are currently working to finalize the terms of reference, so how we are going to work together in this group. And we are hoping that this collaboration will be as successful as the Meadowbank one. In addition to the terrestrial advisory groups that work with Indigenous and government organizations, we are also very happy to have Inuit Kawimayatu Hangit and wildlife advisors at our projects. So these are Inuit members of the community, and their role is to meet with elders, be a bridge between traditional knowledge, IQ, and our project, and make sure that we integrate traditional knowledge and IQ in our design, monitoring, and mitigation. In this picture, you can see David Kriturdlik, one of our advisor, and he's been a very strong player in our team, sharing important information to us. We just want to note that this is not a permit requirement. It's something we feel that is important, and that's why we do it. Thank you. I will now turn over this presentation to Greg to talk more about the monitoring and mitigation measures.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Sherham. I'm a wildlife biologist who works with clients to help develop mitigations to protect wildlife at mine sites and to help carry out the monitoring at those mine sites. I'm going to focus my remarks here on how potential effects on caribou from mining can be prevented and how mitigation measures allow for caribou and mining to coexist. Agnico Eagle has a robust monitoring and mitigation program at each one of its sites, as Menno described. Each of these include Indigenous knowledge and Western science. We track when caribou will be present, we monitor, and we manage. And in the next few slides, we'll be talking about what some of that management looks like. First, though, in Rankin Inlet, there were several questions about how caribou habitat is being protected. When a proponent applies to the Nunavut Impact Review Board to get a project certificate, They must develop, as Menno mentioned, a terrestrial environment management and monitoring plan, which we're referring to as a wildlife plan. This plan must include measures to protect both caribou habitat and to keep caribou safe. Here are a few examples from the current Meadowbank Wildlife Plan, which is version 7 of the plan. The plan is continuously being updated following input from the Terrestrial Advisory Group. So examples include the project must be designed to avoid high-value caribou habitats, such as eskers and meadows. Agnico Eagle must build facilities together and reduce the project footprint. Minimize the length and width of access roads and borrow pits. Construct boardwalks and helicopter pads to reduce walking on the tundra. Restore and revegetate any disturbed habitats during construction and operation. Clearly mark and stay on all roads. Minimize vehicle traffic and speed to reduce dust. Conduct active dust control during the summer. And at closure, rip up roads, remove facilities, restore any disturbed drainage patterns, and stabilize any slopes as part of the closure and reclamation plan. Agnico Eagle also monitors their mitigation and effects on caribou habitat through monitoring and reporting the actual built footprint, so the area disturbed, and comparing that to the footprint that was proposed to the Nunavut Impact Review Board. Monitoring water quality in streams, ponds, and lakes all around the mine site and in the downstream environment. Monitoring dust deposition on and around the mine site. Monitoring vegetation to see if it is changing at different distances from the mine. The rest of my presentation will be about the monitoring and mitigation to keep caribou safe and reduce any disturbance to caribou. In the photo here, actually you can see this is one of the advisory groups visiting the site, and they're conducting an inspection here of one of the waste management facilities after giving suggestions on the previous site visit. A lot of the mitigation for caribou are things that you don't normally hear about, but are built into all of Agnico Eagle's projects, such as designs to allow caribou to cross the roads. In the left-hand frame of this photo, you can see that the roads are built to be as low as possible, typically about 1 meter, and to have a gentle slope, allowing caribou to cross the road. They're also built out of fine-grained material, so it's easy for the animals to walk across the road. In the middle, you can see a bridge built across a caribou trail to ease passage of caribou across the road. And on the right, you can see a tunnel installed underneath the road to allow caribou to cross. You can see the many caribou hoof prints in the mud inside the tunnel where caribou have been using it in the warm weather. The first type of monitoring we'll talk about is road monitoring. Agnico Eagle conducts several different types of road monitoring. Remote cameras, which are in the left-hand frame, are used to monitor where caribou cross the road. In this photo is a biologist wearing a COVID mask, setting up a wildlife trail camera on a post. Agnico Eagle has these at each one of its mines. Agnico Eagle also conducts daily driving surveys, recording the number of caribou near the roads and using this information for mitigation. You will see a lot of very close-up pictures of caribou in this presentation. These are from these remote cameras. There are no people taking these pictures, only these cameras. Agnico Eagle also conducts monitoring for caribou at all of its mine sites. We see that caribou use the areas surrounding our roads and mine sites at each of the projects. To return to roads, at each one of Agnico Eagle's projects, the wildlife plan, which is developed in consultation with advisory groups, has specific rules about management of the road. The wildlife plan includes monitoring of caribou near the road, and when a certain number of caribou are observed, then the road is closed. Every year, Agnico Eagle closes its roads for many weeks at a time to enable caribou to migrate unhindered. So some example numbers from the Meliadine mine, which is near Rankin Inlet. In 2020, the main road was closed for 8 days. Last year, it was closed for 28 days. And this year, it's been closed for 14 days so far. At the Meadowbank mine near Baker Lake, in 2020, the road was closed for 42 days. Last year, it was closed for 28 days. And this year, it's been closed for 13 days so far. And at the Whaletail project, in 2020, the road was closed for 60 days. Last year for 15 days. And this year, so far, for 23 days. On this slide, you can see the road at Meliadine. You can see that the road is quite low. It's about 1 meter high. There are sloping edges to allow caribou to cross the road. And we have many thousands of these photos of caribou using the road once it's been closed. Agnico Eagle also conducts mine shutdowns so that caribou are safe. This example is also from the Meliadine mine. In 2021, the mine was shut for 10 days. This includes shutting down all vehicles, blasting, drilling, and the use of helicopters. This year, to date, the mine has been shut for 25 days. These shutdowns underline Agnico Eagle's commitment to avoiding effects on caribou. And it should be noted that the only mines in Canada that conduct shutdowns for wildlife of this type are in Nunavut. Agnico Eagle also monitors the effects of mining on caribou at each one of its operations. The Nunavut Impact Review Board requires Agnico Eagle to test each one of the predictions that it made in its environmental impact statement through this monitoring program. These monitoring programs show that the actual effects on caribou are typically lower than those predicted during the impact assessment process. There are many of these programs, but I'm just going to focus on one of those, which is the Caribou Behavior Monitoring Program. At both the Meliadine and Meadowbank sites, behavior surveys are conducted on caribou. These surveys are conducted at all times when caribou are present on site. These surveys show that caribou react to all-terrain vehicles and project trucks, but return to what's termed a base behavior, so the behavior they had before they saw something, quickly in less than 3 to 6 minutes. This is a new program operating for 3 years. We'd like to thank the Kivalliq Inuit Association and the government of Nunavut who have collaborated on this monitoring program, providing many helpful suggestions for fieldwork and analysis. We also welcome the recent addition of the Dene to our Meliadine Terrestrial Advisory Group. I'm now going to turn back to Jamie for a few short closing remarks.
Thank you, Greg. Jamie Cannell, Agnico Eagle. In closing, we'd like to emphasize that more time and consultation is needed. A revised draft should be produced for review and comment before it goes directly to the decision makers on reasonable timelines. The plan needs to better acknowledge existing mineral claims, and in the event that prohibitions overlap those claims, in the final draft, clarify that grandparenting will support development and access, and these activities will be permitted to proceed to the Nunavut Impact Review Board process step. As I emphasized earlier, rather than the current heavy reliance on option 1, limited use prohibitions, the plan should be revised to reflect a hierarchy of mitigation and monitoring achievable through the incorporation of more option 4 valued components. That approach can provide the clarity and direction in the land use plan that communities are asking for, while preserving the opportunity to submit applications for development. Not every application will be approved. That will be for the Nunavut Impact Review Board process to decide, as it does today. Under option 4, community values identified to Nunavut Planning Commission would be given full consideration in the environmental assessment process. An environmental assessment is also an effective planning tool. Companies will be required to address each and every one of those values in their applications. There is good evidence from our point of view that mitigations in place at mines are working to reduce impacts and ensure that mining and caribou can be compatible. We appreciate the Nunavut Impact Review Board and Terrestrial Advisory Group process as an opportunity to help develop innovative mitigations and encourage the Nunavut Planning Commission to give full consideration to these mitigations and the volume of data that has been provided to Nunavut Impact Review Board that show they are effective. We need to keep working together. We are not perfect, but we are here to keep learning. Caribou are always going to be a priority. They get the right of way at our operations. This is how we run our operations, and those are our values. Our roads do shut down based on the approved wildlife plans that have been vetted through a robust system, including terrestrial advisory groups that are based on both Indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge. We are confident that a revised land use plan with more emphasis on option 4, along with the process in place by other existing and tested regulatory processes in Nunavut, can help ensure future development proceeds in the right way that protects culture, cross-border caribou herds, and the opportunity for Nunavut to pursue economic self-sufficiency. Agnico Eagle would like to thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for this opportunity to provide comments on the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up to questions. Okay, please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from Agnico Eagle for being here today to provide an overview of your feedback on the plan and of your experience working in Nunavut as the primary mining company operating in the territory. It's valuable to have your perspective here. We note that your experience operating 3 mines in the territory and multiple ongoing exploration activities are not within caribou calving grounds. So the experience in working with caribou in Nunavut has not been on caribou calving grounds for your company. We're just wondering if Agnico Eagle would be interested in exploration and mining development within caribou calving grounds, and whether you believe your experience working in other caribou habitats would be transferable or adaptable to work in the calving grounds themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Cannell, Agnico Eagle. Thank you for the question. We may have claims in core calving areas. We just have to confirm that. We'll provide that in the written, just a small little bit in the written submission, just talking to our regional exploration team just to clarify that. But we're not there now, as far as I know. I think there's an opportunity here, and this is why we recommend a working group just to define the caribou polygons and to identify that. But I think there's an opportunity here to look at all the data and find a way forward with the mitigation that we're using right now at the operation. I think that information, the key learnings from our perspective, could be transferable. I think there's an opportunity there. But we have to talk it through. I don't think we're going to resolve it today right here, but that's why we're recommending those type of groups and drill more into the details. We find everything's a little bit too high level. We have to get into the details a little bit. So I think there's a great opportunity to get focused on that. In addition, mining is on surface and underground as well. So depending which area we're talking about, depending on the geological opportunities, if there are any, then we would have to look at infrastructure associated with that potential ore body in that potential area. So there's a lot of assumptions, a lot of variables that we have to look at, but we have to start talking about it. And that's why I think it's important to talk it through, go through a process. And we agree with the government in Nunavut, and I think others have mentioned that, there's an opportunity to look at this flexibility. We may drill an area, it may not look good to us. And like I think it's been mentioned by the government in Nunavut, I think it was 1 in 1,000. So that may not even happen in that key area that we're talking about. So I think we have to have that flexibility, transfer our learnings, have a working group, get into the details, and move it forward. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. We're good? Open questions to the floor, community participants. Registered participants, any questions? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your presentation. Katie Rasmussen, technical team with the Athabasca Denisutlene. We've been hearing a lot of presentations today that are talking about either mobile measures or, seasonal limits or other methods that provide mitigation that I think is important. The work that Agnico Eagle has presented here is really commendable. I think, the working groups that you formed and the measures that you're taking, they sound really positive, and I hope they continue to grow. I think it's really, really important that we remember that those are mitigation measures that can limit the harmful impacts on caribou, but they don't fully prevent them. And again, one of the benefits of a land use plan at a high level where we identify these few critical areas where we say certain types of land use are not compatible is so that we can say the calving grounds are for caribou to carry out their calving. That is not compatible with extractive industry. And so this is one small part of the landscape that we're saying, let's not have extractive industry there. And just a reminder, we also hear the word balance coming up a lot from groups that are putting forward the recommendation that we have absolutely no restrictions or limited use restrictions on industrial development. So how is that balance? There's only currently 22% of the land base at this time in limited use designation. Some of that is also removed because of existing mineral rights. So I guess my question is it not, can you consider that there may be areas on the landscape that are so critical for a species like caribou that we've heard is so vulnerable, that we've heard is so sensitive, that we've heard that entire peoples and cultures depend on? Can you not imagine that there might be locations on the landscape where we just should not have mining in order to protect these species?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jimmy Cannell, Agnico Eagle. I'll get Greg to answer part of your question. I think the existing system provides some rigor, and also with our reporting and all our groups provides that effectiveness of the monitoring and mitigation. And we do approve. I think Greg mentioned that our Meadowbank complex, we're version 7 of our wildlife plan, version 4 at Meladine. So we're not status quo, we're always improving. But I think it's important to, that's why we're mentioning, we don't agree with all the polygons, how we got there. There's so much into that. We have to really dial into those details before we understand what we're all talking about. I think we have to have that conversation first. And the grandparenting for us is very important based on our investment in Nunavut. We're pushing $9 billion in Nunavut. We went through a process that's allowed. We're not doing anything wrong. We follow the process to invest in Nunavut. So we have to get those components down first before we move to the next step based on your question. But I'll turn over to Greg just to quickly respond.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Greg Sherm for Agnico Eagle. Just wanted to address the concern about mobile protection measures or mitigation measures in this case, noting that the mobile protection measures are for exploration sites, and that the more detailed and more advanced terrestrial environment mitigation and monitoring plans are for operating mines, and that those wildlife plans for operating mines require testing of each one of the predictions made during the environmental assessment process through the Nunavut Impact Review Board. And those are things like how far away caribou will avoid the mine, whether caribou avoid crossing roads, behavior studies, and toxicology studies. Each one of these studies is being done at each one of Agnico Eagle's mines, and these studies are showing that there is, if not no effect, then much less effect than was predicted based on expert knowledge during the environmental assessment process. I do think it should be, we should touch on the comment that without area restrictions there would be no restrictions on mining. It is important to state that any project that wants to go from exploration to mining must go through the Nunavut Impact Review Board. I've worked in many jurisdictions in Canada, and by far, Nunavut is the most difficult place to build a mine. It requires multiple years of baseline studies to prepare for a draft environmental impact statement, followed by 1 to several years of follow-up work and a final environmental impact statement, followed by some of the toughest mitigations at any mining site in Canada by far. So I don't think it's fair to say that there are no restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Katie Rasmussen, technical team for Athabasca Denisutlane. I think my final comment and question, so again, just to reiterate, I applaud the work that you've presented here and the work that it sounds like you are working hard with local communities on mitigation. There's, the work that you have presented is, 3 or 4 years in the making. And so I would just like to say, your assertion that you believe that your mitigation or that the evidence that you have is strong enough to show that your projects are not having an impact on caribou. I think it's too early to make that assertion. There's hundreds of years worth of knowledge. There's of Indigenous knowledge. There are, decades of other studies showing us that this type of extractive industry does have an impact on caribou. And so at this time, again, I think the precautionary principle is in order until a time when we have better evidence showing us the contrary, as you're suggesting.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Cannell. Just for a clarification, we've been operating our Meadowbank complex for 12 years, not 3 years. Meladine has come in just recently, and Whale Tail is basically part of the Meadowbank complex. So just to clarify that. Okay.
Thank you. Is there... Oh... Okay, at the back, Wayne first, and then Tina, and then... Yep.
Is this Wayne Wysocki, Technical Advisor to Hotanani Kutinidene. Just trying to get to the crux of the question. So I'll try and make my question as simple as possible, and I'd appreciate as close to as possible a yes or no answer. Is it fair to say that based on Agnico Eagle's experience so far in mining in Nunavut, that they would not rule out the possibility of building a mine in a core caribou calving area?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, Agnico Eagle. We just have a sliver, one claim in a core calving area, but again, we have to look at all the components. So it's not a yes/no answer. It's a conversation. It's a process that we have to go through, and we have to identify all the polygons correctly. So I think it's an unfair question at this stage. However, we're not there. We don't plan to be there based on our existing claims for grandparenting, and that's the first step for us. Then, like we mentioned in our presentation, option 4 is our preferred path, and that's where we can look at all the value components related to our activities if an application ever did occur there. So I think we have to go back a few steps to validate a few things, like I mentioned to Katie earlier, Wayne, and then we can have that conversation a little bit later.
Thank you. Follow-up, please. Go ahead.
Thanks. Wayne Wysocki, Technical Advisor, Hotonani Kutinidene. So what I'm hearing you saying is that subject to further discussion, the possibility of constructing a mine in a core caribou calving area is still something that Agnico Eagle would consider.
Thank you.
I think that's a yes or no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, thank you for the question, Wayne. Again, we would go through the process, the regulatory process. We do not have any claims in a core calving area. Like was mentioned to Jonathan, we have a small claim there. So we would look at where we are in Nunavut right now as the first case and take it from there. So we would follow a process similar to what the government of Nunavut is advising of a process what the Kivalik Inuit Association was mentioning. Again, Agnico Eagle has a small sliver of a claim block in a core calving area.
Thank you. I believe Tina was next.
Thank you. Tina Giroux-Robillard, Beverly and Kamanariak Caribou Management Board. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I do commend or thank you for working towards, mitigation measures on, the impacts or disturbance that your mine would have on caribou. I have like a 3-part question. I hope I can, if you want to jot those down. And here, correct me if I'm wrong, but as a proponent, I would imagine that certainty when looking at new areas to develop would be important for you. When you hear all of the community feedback and, again, just how important these areas are and how the communities support and the board, the Caribou Management Board, support habitat protection, are you concerned at all about the social license or the work that you would have to do with the communities to try and get the communities on board with you being in the calving ground? So wouldn't it deter you a little bit from going in those areas? That's my first question. Second, you had said that the effects on caribou are typically less than predicted, and I was just wondering, how do you know? How did you measure that? Before and after? And lastly, if mitigation and monitoring is all that is needed to decrease impacts on caribou, yet the Kamanariak herd has been declining for 25 years now. It's about a third smaller than it was in the 1990s. Do you believe mining has had no impact on the caribou herd? Thank you.
Thank you. Providing answers in writing is always an option. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, Agnico Eagle. Thank you for the 3-part question, Tina. I'll let Greg talk about less than predictions. That's part 2. Certainty, we're always looking for certainty. But we feel right now with all due respect, the 2021 draft Nunavut land use plan is creating some uncertainty. We have confidence with the existing process with the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Nunavut Water Board. We do have in the Kivilik area, we do have the Keewatin land use plan, which we use to get conformity from the Nunavut Planning Commission. So there is some level of certainty there. Working with the communities in Nunavut where our mines are operating and the net benefit to the communities from our impact benefit agreements, I feel we have alignment because there's some tough discussions during the regulatory process, the IBA negotiations, but we end up with a plan together and we moved forward together. Dealing with caribou, we are doing our part, I think, with the mitigation. We're following a process. We appreciate the comments on our efforts. We're not perfect, but we're getting there. So we're doing our part related to our activities in the north. And overall, our impacts to caribou have been defined in the process. And we do get the approval of our monitoring and mitigation to get our project certificate, and then also the water license approval related to water and waste components with terms and conditions. So if we went in front of the board, Nunavut Impact Review Board, it did not show the monitoring and mitigation related to our application, I feel we would not receive a project certificate. So I think we've vetted and presented our view of our plans in front of the board to get an approval. So I think that covers that component. And I'll turn it over to Greg, related less than predicted.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Greg Sherm for Agnico Eagle. Without diving too deeply into the environmental assessment process, in each environmental assessment for a project, there are predictions that are made for the assessment. Those predictions are based on traditional knowledge, the best available scientific information, and the results of local monitoring programs. A prediction is made for each potential effect, or a series of potential effects are identified through consultation and in discussion with the Nunavut Impact Review Board. For each one of those potential effects, and for caribou, those would be things like that caribou might avoid the mine, they may not want to cross the road. Those would be potential effects. Then the best available information would be used to make a prediction as to whether that would happen or not, and the degree to which that would happen. And then through the Nunavut Impact Review Board process, there is a term and condition that each one of those, well, that a wildlife management plan must be written and that that plan must test each one of those predictions. So for example, in 2005, when the Hope Bay project was permitted by its previous owner, they predicted that caribou may avoid the project site by anywhere from 4 to 5 kilometers, which is a fairly large area. Since 2009, we have conducted Canada's largest Arctic camera array program, which is a collaboration between the previous owner and now Agnico Eagle, the government of Nunavut, and the Kitikmeot Inuit Association. That camera program is showing that caribou maybe avoiding the site within about 500 meters. It's difficult to tell the difference, though, between a response to the mine and a response to vegetation. What we say in our, because there's different vegetation around the mine naturally, what we say in our annual report is that we are not getting a strong signal of any avoidance that we can't tell apart from vegetation. So in that case, we're finding a very small amount of avoidance by caribou over this 13-year program, much less than what was predicted in the environmental assessment. We have similar programs operating at Meadowbank and Meliadine, looking at potential effects at those mines. I could, in fact, just stay here all evening, but I don't think anyone wants that. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question, and then we're going to move into the next process for closing the night. And then I will have Sharon talk about the next process. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, David Bigayushe, Black Legacy, First Nation, Band Councillor. Sanana ke Hariyon Sida Real Chia.
Si David.
Sambatao, Ladao.
Is that I am David from Black Lake First Nation. Right now, in this meeting, all I'm thinking about is the caribou.
I want to ask you a question, scientific question.
I want to ask you a scientific question.
Was there any research done on the behavior of the caribou migrating back to the calving ground every year for thousands of years? Do you know why? That's my question.
Thank you.
Was there any research done on why the caribou migrate back to the calving ground every year for thousands of years?
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, Agnico Eagle. Thank you, David, for your question. I'll comment just on the research we've done related to our operations. We've done a study related to our whale tail project, related to the caribou going to the calving area. So we've done a study based on their migration to the calving area. So we have that, I think it's on the Nunavut Impact Review Board registry. We can send it to you if we get your information. And then Greg will respond on the broader context of research, but primarily we can only comment on the research that Agnico Eagle has completed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll give you my email later on. But I want to state the reason why I asked that question is there's always a story when I speak from our ancestors. It's a sacred land. You won't know why the caribou migrates back to that same particular spot. Maybe it's because the minerals are there. You don't know. They're a protector of Mother Earth in our custom. Distracting, removing that could harm or change behavior of the caribou or relocate somewhere else. None of it is a big territory, and as well as Northwest Territories. They could go somewhere for calving. But for thousands of years, they go back to the same particular place. And we're all here to distract them by industry, transmission lines, roads. I'll say it again, there's always a way that we can avoid that. Like what my colleague stated, we're working opposite. We do what you guys are planning. It may be too late for the caribou. That's my concern. Because it's a secret. And I strongly believe that the caribou, the way you said it's monitored, I don't believe it, because I hunt them every year. And I trap in Northwest Territories and Nunavut Territory, and I used to go on a dog team. I know the behavior of the caribou. For at least about 12 years now, caribou are so terrified. When you go hunting, you hit the leg, they'll be hurt. They'll be running away as if they're running for their, life. I know they're trying to survive, but the behavior wasn't there. Back in the 80s, there used to be a lot of herds coming in. It declined over the years. Slowly, we're losing them. There could be a lot of reasons why. We're all aware of it. And yet, still, we're trying to distract them. It's just that I wanted to address that so we can think about it. I know now, I feel it in my heart, no matter what we address here, how to protect the caribou. I see it's not going to happen. There's a done deal here. We're just being consulted at the end. That's how I feel standing here. Every presentation I see, I fully support industry. That's all I hear. I feel saddened hearing that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Cannell, Agnico Eagle. David, thanks for your comments, your input. I just want to reassure you that Agnico Eagle respects caribou. It's a value of our company. We work with the local hunters and trappers organizations, the government in Nunavut, the regional Inuit associations, as part of our terrestrial advisory group for input. And our monitoring and mitigation does evolve over time. So we listen, we implement, we look at the data from the field, and there's a discussion. Where should the company improve on the monitoring and mitigation? What's the data telling us? What should we do next? And that's how we're going to learn together, is having those discussions. So we respect your comments. However, I just want to assure you the company respects caribou. We put a lot of effort into this, working in the Arctic with our operations, and we want to continue having the dialogue, continue to learn. And that's what we're trying to achieve with our programs that have been established with a lot of rigor and a lot of review. So I just wanted to mention that. So again, thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan has one quick question before you leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks again to the Agnico team for their responses to the number of questions that have come up. In your presentation, you noted that you operate, of course, in many other jurisdictions, including other jurisdictions within Canada. Are you aware that in many of those jurisdictions, industrial activities are off limits in designated arable lands put aside by the provinces for agricultural activities that sustain food security? If you are aware, do you agree that a similar approach in Nunavut, where there's limited agricultural opportunities, would be to protect essential caribou habitats to support food sovereignty for Inuit and Denisutlanay communities that rely on the herds? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, like Nico Eagle. We'll take note of that and we'll defer our response. That's a big question for 5 p.m. on a Tuesday. So we'll take a note of that and we'll put that in our written submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and we'll thank you this way as well. And we'll move to Sharon. Please explain the process for closing the night and how we're going to finish off. Thanks. Is it a question specific to this presentation? Yeah. Please go ahead.
Merci. Good day.
So thank you for. I'm going to speak my language. We will say what we think and feel.
Mining company, not Joe.
Company.
Boris Curvisi.
I would like to ask a question.
The mining company.
This mining company.
Nil Inha.
We have to
look at mine hole last year.
See where the mining companies and places located are. Is this okay? To see what it looks like. Environmental or damage to our land.
So you think you can allow us? And also, this is towards Canada too. If you can support us, we would appreciate it.
I was asking Canada
to do a tour in around that area.
Support.
See for ourselves why the caribou is not coming in anymore over all those years.
So why the caribous are not coming up south?
I know.
Used to on their migrating grounds.
We've been crying out here, saying things not to disturb the caribou.
We have to respect the caribou.
But still, it looks like we've been ignored.
And still, we've been talking about it.
If you guys can help us out and see for ourselves to do a tour in around there, Athabasca, Denisutlanay, and Northlands, and Sayizadena would know that, would see for themselves about the caribou, why they're not coming back. Masi Cho for giving me this time
thank you for
to speak up for what I feel. Thank you.
What he feels.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Canal, like Nico Eagle. Thank you, John, for your question. It's just hard with the mic and turning around to see you. But yeah, we can organize. We're very proud. The company, the operating team is very proud of what we achieved. Again, we're not perfect, but we would be happy to invite you to the operations to have a look. We just have to figure out a few details, but we can communicate back and organize something.
Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Sharon to, yeah, you're done. Turn it over to Sharon to talk through the last part. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been asked, before I continue on for the rest of the agenda, to note to David's comment that he felt that, you know, this is a done deal. For the commission, our role, the commissioner's role, we're here to listen. The final recommendations and content of the land use plan are guided by the mandate of the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The recommendations and the decisions based on the submissions, the voices of the people, that is the commissioners that you see sitting here to make those recommendations. So to be clear on the process going forward, the Commission's job is to draft the land use plan and to put the land use plan forward to the signatory parties for consideration. The parties have the opportunity to design a process how they see fit once the plan is submitted. And then through the NUPA legislation, it compels the parties to either accept or to reject the plan as presented by the Commission. If they reject the plan, they must do so in writing with comments. That would be public. Or they could accept the plan. The next steps after that, if it was rejected, it would come back to the Commission for consideration of their recommendations. Commissioners, again, would look at what was given to the Commission and resubmit back to the parties. So it isn't a done deal. We are here to listen, to gather, and both oral and written submissions get great weight, get equal weight. And the record does close. This process has been in the works for a long time. It's not new. We've heard many of the communities tell us, please get a land use plan in place. And that is our job. So the record does close on January 10th. And any comments, submissions that you would like to make further, you can do so until that timeline. So I hope that that provides clarity for everyone in the room, all the community members and registered participants, of how the process is going forward. So David, I thank you for your comment. And the commissioners do take their role very seriously. For the next portion of the agenda, we have had 2 public members asked to make comments. They've been allowed 5 minutes each to make their comments, and when they're finished, we will go to the final closing statements. For the signatory parties, as we stated at the beginning, And I just have to go back to the first page to ensure that I'm capturing this right. One moment. So for the signatory parties, they will have 15 minutes for closing remarks. And for all other parties, registered participants, they will have 3 minutes for their closing remarks. Then we will have our chairperson do our closing remarks jointly with myself. And then we'll have the closing prayer by George St. Peter, or Pierre, apologies, George. And then we will have the Dene, I don't have it in front of me, so I apologize. Oh, the Dene Southlanet drummers close our public hearing. So we are going to continue on, and hopefully we'll be finished by 6:30. And we do understand that there are many that want to get on the road this evening, so we will try to be as efficient with our time as possible. So with that, Mr. Chair, the first public member that would like to speak is Susan Atkins. Susan, if you would like to come up to the table or stand and we can bring the mic, it's your preference. Thank you very much. And you do have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Please go ahead when you're ready. State your name, please.
So I have to press the button. All right. Would say it's a real honor and privilege that I'm here and I get to witness this. I've been watching on the sidelines for maybe over 30 years of this process. And I just wanted to share a couple real important points as my reflection of the past 2 days here. I want to thank every individual in the room that has gone through this process all together. I'd like to thank every elder that had spoke, because they had spoken about two really important components of this, and that was the protection of caribou, protection of lands, and protection of water. I want to say the biggest message to all the elders that paved the way for this to become a reality. And the elders spoke lots the other day, and I was listening because it gave me a reminder of my past relatives and current present relatives and elders that are in this room that have guided me well. And I just adore them for that guidance. And they're still there to guide us. The only key, real important points that I did want to bring up publicly is the protection of the caribou, all herds, protection of the waters, because we have the cleanest waters in the world. And of all parties, to take let's take another look of protecting the caribou and our waters for sure when we deal with mines. You know, the environmental impacts of those mines or big corporations, we need to really take maybe a step back and reflect on that again. I just wanted to bring up those few key points. And the biggest message to everybody that had participated in this process in this past 40, 50 years. Pat yourself on the back. And all the elders that sit behind, past and present. Merci Cho. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Jesse, please come. Please go ahead when you're ready. State your name.
Jesse Thomas, who's Jesse? So you see, then that's only towards Hesley. Hello, all my relations. My name is Jesse Thomas. I am Saisi Dene from Tiduli Lake, Manitoba. I am a social worker, and I'm not too sure how this fits in with all that has been discussed for the last 2 days, but I'm wondering about how can the Government of Canada address the social and emotional impacts of what you are discussing here. Because in 1956, the Government of Canada made a decision to relocate the Saisi Dene due to the perceived decline of the caribou. And there have been numerous reports and studies of the social and emotional impact on the people. So I'm wondering, what can Canada do to address the social and emotional impact of everything that is happening or will happen? And yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Masicho.
Thank you. Do you have a quick answer, Spencer, or should it be done afterwards? Okay. The Government of Canada will follow up with you afterwards on answering that question.
Okay, Masicho.
We'll start closing remarks. Government of Canada, please come forward. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Massey Cho, Mr. Chair, Spencer Dewar, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. Sorry we had to boot up there. The Government of Canada would like to thank the City of Thompson for welcoming us and everyone who helped bring this hearing together. We'd like to thank the Commissioners, the Nunavut Planning Commission team, and the interpreters for their excellent work. This week has brought us together and has offered valuable insights into the expectations of communities and participants of a first-generation land use plan. Yep. This is an important step and highlighted the difficulties and complexities before the Commission in achieving balance required in a land use plan. This week we have heard a lot about the importance of caribou, consultation, and the responsibilities of the Government of Canada to provide funding. It is clear that conservation of caribou is a top priority of participants in this hearing. The Government of Canada places significant importance on maintaining healthy caribou populations. The Government of Canada believes the protections of caribou is reinforced by other elements of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system, such as the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Nunavut Water Board, as they can impose binding terms and conditions. Regarding consultation, as indicated before, we rely to the extent possible on the Nunavut Planning Commission process to discharge the Government of Canada's duty to consult. We recommend parties submit directly to the Commission. We do invite Indigenous groups to reach out to the Government of Canada should there be an issue that cannot be raised with the Nunavut Planning Commission. The United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the principle of free, informed, and prior consent shapes the Government of Canada's consultation efforts, which aim to obtain consent from the Athabasca Denisovan and the Kootenay Dene. We have also heard clearly that the responsibility the government has to provide funding to enable capacity for meaningful participation. The land use plan is about finding balance, and it should not be a choice between economic development and jobs on the one hand, and environment, culture, and food security on the other. Finding this balance that provides for protection of the environment and economic development will require a closer look at specific areas. This will take efforts from all parties to collaborate and compromise to find workable solutions. As this is the third of 5 public hearings, the Government of Canada is optimistic that alignment is possible through further dialogue. We appreciate the Commission's openness and flexibility as parties work together on the shared goal of a sound, well-supported, and clear land use plan that can successfully be implemented. The Government of Canada remains committed to this process and will work with all participants to help inform the Commission. As we recognize, it's the Commission that has the difficult task of developing a first-generation land use plan, one that can be jointly accepted by the Government of Nunavut, the Government of Canada, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. Merci, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your closing remarks. Would Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated please come forward? Please go ahead when you're ready.
Nako kami, yung James itilog na Tungavik tako David ningiwat amalo Marie Bolo tako tamani khatigilang ayak no Tungavik khoyan namirat kami sakun ni ilitsing ni o haun nak titawla ot tamaching pidlari alang mig nalag na haktilugo 2021 sibur lang tidak tawla oksma inuna pangnaw ta pidyo tigilugo tayo ko sibur na katsya ko yabut nuna kakaktibi katibut tabani nunami tamaw nga kahit itsunala mati ko yun na may lakik yabut.
I would like to say a few things regarding. We have heard from this past week about Nunavut Tungavik. We had heard, we had taken notes, and we had taken things. Whoever had spoken. And those we had noted all those who had said, especially the First Nations. Nunavut Tungavik wants to ensure that these rights are not demolished due to implementation of the land use plan. Inuit have. We've been talking about land use planning, and that Nunavut Tungavik had mentioned that the land use planning must be adopted to support Inuit decision making on Inuit-owned lands that limits the impact of the Nunavut land use plan on the right of Inuit to manage Inuit-owned lands. Inuit had negotiations defined rights on behalf of Inuit within the Nunavut Agreement. These include landowners to the small portion of land in the Nunavut settlement area. This is under the agreement. Nunavut Tungavik wants to ensure that these rights are not diminished due to implementation of the land use plan. Flexible approaches in the land use plan must be adopted to support Inuit decision making on Inuit lands that limits the impact of the Nunavut land use plan on the right of the Inuit to manage Inuit-owned lands. These hearings are very informative and are just one step to the progress. We must continue discussions with our organizations to move forward for the first generation Nunavut land use plan. The Nunavut Agreement states that the land use plan should reflect the priorities and values of the residents of the planning regions. This planning principle must be supported. These should be protected. At this meeting, NTI had listened closely to the information provided and will consider this information as we work on our further submissions. I am glad to have participated in this important hearing and to have heard everyone's contributions. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this public hearing. Thank you to the Commission staff in organizing this hearing and to the interpreters. Finally, thank you to the community of Thompson for welcoming us here. I would like to thank Thompson had welcomed us while we had this hearing here. We have to think and make a decision of how land use planning will be and how it will guide us. And if it's in the agreement, it have to get implemented so how we can guide and work, especially with the animals, wildlife that we have in our region, not just caribou, and also in Alaska. Everywhere the caribou had declined. It's due to probably the weather too, the other wildlife. Caribou should be protected. And we cannot pinpoint what's caused that problem to decline on caribou. We cannot control the weather, change of weather. We are here for the Inuit, and we are very glad that we were here. And those who's traveling either this evening or tomorrow, have a safe travel. We're all here to make wildlife and Inuit and the First Nations. And once the land use plan is completed, we will see we are supporting our people and our wildlife in Nunavut. Once Inuk was born, they're told, now you are to take care of the people on the earth and the wildlife on the earth. Thank you, commissioners.
Government of Nunavut, please come ahead. Please go ahead.
Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. On behalf of the Government of Nunavut, I would like to thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for the opportunity to be here and partake in the Thompson, Manitoba public hearing for the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Government of Nunavut remains committed to the processes outlined in the Nunavut Agreement for land use planning and continues to support the efforts of the Commission in this task. The successful completion of the Nunavut Land Use Plan is a Government of Nunavut priority. Once approved, the Nunavut Land Use Plan should guide and direct the territory's long-term vision for development and conservation. This is a monumental task for the Commission, requiring a balanced approach that is reflective of a range of views. I would therefore like to thank all those who have traveled here to participate in this public hearing. We wish to thank the Commission for providing this opportunity to comment on the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan and ask them to consider the recommendations that we have made and those recommendations made by the other participants. As stated in our presentation, the Government of Nunavut sees the need for revisions to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan in order to achieve an improved balance between conservation and responsible economic development goals. We have listened to and recorded the different perspectives we've heard regarding the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, and more broadly on the issue of caribou. The Government of Nunavut is not recommending opening up critical areas for widespread development. Rather, the Government of Nunavut position remains supporting caribou management through conditional use while balancing the need for economic development opportunities for Nunavut Mute. This Nunavut Land Use Plan will be the first step in a rigorous process that reviews the impacts and mitigation measures for projects. The Government of Nunavut is a participant in this process and contributes information including impact on caribou. The Government of Nunavut has listened and heard the passionate words of the Hautene Kodene Dene and the Athabasca Dene Sulene First Nations and Inuit. We will take these concerns back to the rest of the Government of Nunavut, and they will help to inform our final review of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. We look forward to working with the Commission and our planning partners to develop a territory-wide land use plan which is appropriately scoped and in accordance with our mandate. We look forward to a refined draft Nunavut land use plan after these public hearings and a successfully approved Nunavut land use plan in the near future. This is not an end, but the very beginning of a more sophisticated land use regulation in the territory. We are merely making a foundation for Nunavut Impact Review Board, Nunavut Water Board, Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal, Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, governments, Inuit organizations, and Dene organizations to build upon for many generations. Masicho, Kuyanamik, thank you, and merci.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. So next for closing remarks, Hotel Nene Ko Tene, Chief Simon Denichisi, and Jeff. Jeff, I don't know your last name. If you could come up, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Denichisi, Chief of Northland Stenisotlin First Nation. On behalf of Northland Stenisotlin First Nation and the community of Lac Brochet, I'd like to thank the Commission and all the participants for a very productive 2 days for Northland Stenisotlin First Nation. The last 2 days is just one more positive step in our long journey towards recognition of our inherited rights in Nunavut. Our relationship with the Commission started well over 10 years. They have listened to our concerns, gotten to know who we are, and have worked hard to build a working relationship with our First Nations. These public hearings and all the work leading up to them give us an opportunity to build relationship with Inuit, Athabasca, Denizultine, with whom we had shared the lands for thousands of years. The Government of Canada, industry, and the Government of Nunavut. This relationship building is an important step in our journey towards recognition of our people as full and equal partners in land use planning and development in Nunavut. As you have heard today, caribou are a central concern to our people. We need a land use plan that will provide the protection that the herds need. Protection of the herd is fundamental to our people and to our inherent rights. We encourage by the additional clarity provided by the government about its proposed consultation process. Although there is still some work to do, it appears Canada is prepared to implement its commitments related to seeking free, prior, informed consent for our people. If Canada can implement UNDRIP for Hotel Nanakut in Nunavut, then its commitments are hollowed. I again wish to thank everyone here today. Our First Nation looks forward to working collaboratively with the Commission and all parties toward the finalization, implementation of the final land use plan for Nunavut. Masicho, on behalf of Northlands.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello. My last name is Bussador. Busy Dawn, it's supposed to be, which is the original name. We're talking about caribou here, and
I'm happy to be here to meet all the elders to meet at this gathering. My late granny and grandpa, they had raised me. Dene was the first language I have heard, and that is the language I started using. Since I was a kid, I started speaking Dene, and I always go to places with my grandparents. I would tell them if they talked to me in English, that's how I translated to my grandparents. That's when I started translating as a little kid. And what we're talking about now, there's an elder that had passed away from our community. It was one elder that was eldest in the community. It's been a while since he was gone. There are 4 that are at the hospital at Nelson House. And one elder had passed away there. We went to go visit them with one translator here, Jimmy, before this meeting. And after that, there are 2 elders that are at the hospital there. One lady, they are still at that hospital. They were happy to see us. The elder that had passed away from my community, and very less elders, although there are a lot of young people. A lot of people are happy because there are very few elders in their community. So I'm happy to be here with a lot of people and elders as well. listening to elders speak when they tell me about their thoughts on some issues. One elder had mentioned is that Churchill. There's not much, but I will tell you this. I will share the story and what he had mentioned. And about 3 or 4 years ago, when he told me it. Now I'm over 82 and to share the story, and I said okay. I was happy to hear that. When I was a kid, when I was young, my grandfather had raised me. I'm going to go back to the trapping ground, and then do you want to come with us? And I said, yes, I will, okay. It was a far distance, and when I got there, we always had gears and grubs with us, so I always hunted and trapped. And when we came back to him, and then he had said, whenever I harvest on land and succeed, and this is what I say, whatever we survive off on, I save for others to help, and that I put it aside, and for me, put one side for me to survive on. And if I do that, then I tell them there is no animal, and if there's nothing in sight, I would still tell them. What meat that I put here, that is for us to eat, and for this other side, that is for you to survive on. You can eat that and use that, but you don't bother this part. That's what you say. And that is why there is still meat here. And whatever food I leave over for the wild, they would take that, and what has left for me was still there. They listen to us. Every wild animal that is on this planet, they listen to us. That's how the elders used to share the stories, and where they say the war was over, and that is one of the wildlife stories. That is how we know. And for that, we have to respect that, and we have to respect the land, how they live off, how we used to live. And if you try, it would be succeeded. And for people that look for money here, that had spoke earlier, how they see the caribou migration, and that's when they shut down and make room for them to migrate. And once they had passed, they open up the mines again. And it's a really positive thing that they had said that. And how the Inuit say the roads are high, and become low, and they listen to the people, and that is how the caribou migrated. So that's a very positive thing, how they work, because they listen to the people. Now I would like to share this short story. One elder had said, it's at the hospital right now, and just mentioned it earlier, he's at the Churchill Hospital at the moment, and that's where we're going to visit him. He says, a while ago, when your late grandfather was alive, they had this land use meeting at Churchill. We used to have difficult time going to Churchill Shores. And when the Inuit would go back to their land, that's when we used to fish, go fishing. So we used to live off fish, like aquatic marines. So we had benefited from the ocean. And he had said there had to be a good word towards that. And when I see it now, We had difficult time living at Churchill at the time. The Inuit had lived there too. And we used to hunt for big fish, trying to make money. And if you recognize it now, the shores at Churchill, it would be a positive thing and a good thing if it was come a time for us for that. Late Granny Bitsy was mentioned earlier. I used to visit her, and she had said, you said there was once a caribou, there was no caribou, and there was no animals. And there, for 2 years we have survived off fish. So it may come a time we will go back to that time again. So we have to, it's best that we think about that too. Nothing was mentioned about that. And now I was going to say it in English.
I'd like to thank the Commission and all the participants for the last 2 days of hearing. There have been a lot of positive discussions these days. And it has been great to meet many folks, and we had only met on Zoom before. This public meeting has provided us an opportunity to build and strengthen relationships with the other parties, including the Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Kivalliq Inuit Association, Athabasca Dene, Songlina, Seal Watershed Alliance, the BQ Board, Nunavut Water Board, Agnico Eagle. Land use planning is an extremely important tool in resource management. The caribou and the land that we have been talking about are critical to Saïsin Dene. These are the lands that my ancestors lived off, and lands that we continue to use and live on. My mother was born at Edahon Lake. It was in September 29, just a couple of days away. They didn't go by skidoo or plane. They might have gone by dogs, but I don't think it would have been dog time yet because it's September, right? They walked up there. Imagine having a baby out in the open there at that time of year. It's kind of cold further north. Our voice and our inherent rights to this land must be respected. We look forward to participating and working collaboratively with all parties in the post. Hearing process, including continued Crown consultations and working with the Crown to implement the UNDRIP principle of seeking free, prior and informed consent for the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Thank you very much. Does anybody else want to say on the table? Joe? No? Hudao? Benji? Okay. I guess that's it from Masi.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the closing remarks. For the Athabasca Dene, we have Chief Bart Tassani.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Masi salutin at Jana Dilsi or you must know in a son.
So I'd like to thank all the people that had came here. We had met for 2 days and talked about very important topics regarding our land. And us as survivors of, we have to put in good words into it. This is regarding the caribou, the land, the migrating birds, the water, and everything that we live off. And if we don't talk about that, it won't talk about itself. And it's very important to put in good word into it, and it was very positive. Talking about the caribou, and how the Inuit
I respect them.
I really respect them, and because they survived themselves as well. They had difficult times back in history, as the stories that I have heard. Our ancestors have lived a difficult time as well, and with the stories that is shared with us, we share with you now. 2 of my nephews, there are no adults. One of them is 23 and the other one is 14. They had traveled far up to Northwest Territories and Nunavut area to harvest for caribou. And that's how they had to travel, because we rely so much on caribou. Nephews might give them good words. My grandfather used to talk to me, and now I talk with them. My grandfather, my late father's father, name is Willie, had given us good word how to respect animals. I talk about my father and how the story is not written down but orally, and this is what he had mentioned is happening now. It's very amazing. He passed away. People go hunting. They always asked Grandpa for help. And that's what Lake Willie had said. The topics that we're talking about, the chair that came here, the chair, the co-chair, and all the commission that are sitting in front. I'd like to thank all of you very much. Thank you for listening to us.
In the beginning,
and when I mentioned
we need to listen to each other and understand each other.
What I've said. I have been working for my people for a while now as chief. Over 10 years counselor, I only talk about patience. Whenever I talk with patience, and I talk how people would listen. I don't talk with Canada, with cold heart. And now Canada have Nunavut government, the Nunavut government as well,
and Nunavut rep.
And none of our representatives. I would like to thank all of them for good and my relatives from Manitoba and the leaders that had come here as well. So I'd like to thank all of them. The 2 meetings had gone for this past 2 days. It's the way that we would succeed and accomplish positive things. If not, it would become to a difficult time. We had elders that I would like to thank them for putting their as one elder mentioned earlier. There are a lot of elders that are passing away on our community. And it's the same for us as well. With the caribou, our people all laugh left off, and there's a very few of
Kuli,
them left.
nunit
And now it is us
nunit katin warat anasi asu
to share the
dit ala.
stories that was given to us
Und
and
er
pass
ist
it
ein
on
Leitzer.
to our children.
Nunit in Izajan idea. I know we're in kind of a rush.
Far as well.
And
we
as leaders,
have a big job
we
as
have
leaders.
other
We
other
have
commitments.
Commitments as well.
You need other tasi.
As
Yeah,
for the people.
the ideal is on doing after
We have
meeting.
to travel right after the meeting.
She's to get home. Probably gonna drive at least 17 hours to get home. So it's quite a ways, but Black Lake is further, and Fond du Lac is further. So with that, I just want to bring one thing up here. I wanted to object to KIA having an opportunity to give a closing remark. We were not able to hear their presentation or ask them questions. We have great concern about their HydroLink proposal, and we are not able to engage with them on that. They should be not given an opportunity to speak now that we cannot respond or question now. So with that, wherever you're going, have a safe trip. Hope you get back to your family. And God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Member Liddis.
Thank you very much. Please, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next is the Beverly Kaminaria Caribou Board, or Management Board. Tina, you have 3 minutes.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge those translators. They're doing an amazing job today, and it's not an easy job. And to the Nunavut Planning Commission for giving us time at the Caribou Management Board. So the Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut Land Use Plan, has the opportunity to take significant steps to ensure that the habitat of barren ground caribou, which are the cultural keystone species of the communities that rely on them for not only food security, but for cultural, spiritual, and physical health, is protected. We can tell that the Nunavut Planning Commission has listened to numerous submissions over the years by proposing some significant habitat protection through limited use designations in the calving, post-calving grounds, and freshwater crossings. The Caribou Management Board has been present and listening throughout this hearing, and also last week in Rankin Inlet, where our board chair presented and talked to delegates from the Nunavut communities. What we have heard reaffirms and confirms our board's views and recommendations that were submitted, as they are aligned with the wishes of both the Inuit and the Denisutene Caribou people. Our 6 recommendations remain, namely to protect caribou habitat, to maintain key habitats so that caribou can access their seasonal migrations to and from the calving and post-calving areas. We want you to set out clear rules for all parties to follow when using the land, and we must use established methods and tools. We should not be testing and experimenting on caribou now. We can always revise the management plan at a later date. Seasonal protection measures and mitigation do not provide long-term habitat protection. And in closing, I just want to say these days caribou are under additional pressures from land uses and external factors that they have not had to deal with in the past. The accumulating effects from many pressures create cumulative negative effects on the herds. We need to protect their habitats so they can have their calves without disturbance, as they have done for many years. The Nunavut Land Use Plan comes at a critical time for caribou. Let's make the right decisions and give weight to the community voices and protect the caribou for future generations. Merci.
Thank you. Just 1 second, Sharon. I was in such a rush, we forgot to clap for the 3 signatories. We should say thank you to them as well. And I apologize for that. Please go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seal River Watershed Alliance, Stephanie.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, thank you very much. On behalf of the Seal River Watershed Alliance, I wanted to say masicho to our elders, to the youth, our leadership, the Athabasca Dene, Hotel Nene Got Inen Dene, the Nunavut Planning Commission, the NCP staff, the Government of Canada, Nunavut Tungavut, the Government of Nunavut, the Beverly Kamunariak Caribou Management Board, our translators who are doing an incredible job. I really do not envy them right now. The Government of Nunavut, I think I said them already. Well, they get it twice since we didn't clap for them, I guess. The Kivalliq Inuit Association, Agnico Eagle. I'm grateful for all the work that you guys have done to date. And I feel for all of the commissioners, for all the work that is still yet to come. I think it'll take a lot to go through all of that information and to consider everything, all of the stories and the voices and the elders. I heard so many people speak from their hearts the past 2 days, and the energy at the end of the day, I felt exhausted. I cannot imagine how you guys are feeling. I'm thankful to be able to be here today to speak to you all, to speak my truth as a Dene Tsuut'ina person, but also as a new project. It's amazing to be able to share with you all in person our goals. So I just wanted to share again, we envision a pristine watershed where our people, animals, and fish are healthy, our unique languages and cultures are thriving, and there is hope and abundance for all of our future generations. So, masicho.
Thank you. Who's next, Sharon?
The Nunavut Water Board. Sol and Jesse.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jesse has departed, so I'm alone today, but the Nunavut Water Board thanks the Nunavut Planning Commission for giving us this opportunity to present our findings and recommendations on this 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. We thank the Nunavut Planning Commission staff for the numerous discussions that we had with them during this process. And thank you also to all the parties today, and especially the community representatives for sharing their knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next up, Sharon?
Agnico Eagle. Jamie.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Jamie Cannell, Agnico Eagle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had the honor to present to you and the community in Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, and now Thompson. This will likely be the last time we appear before the Commission at the public hearings, so I will summarize our views for you. We have heard from all participants that land use planning is important. Nunavut has a right to a land use plan under the Nunavut Agreement. Nunavut has a right to a safe, clean environment. Nunavut also has a right to economic self-sufficiency. We talked a lot about balance during these hearings. But we think it's important to make ourselves very clear on this point. We don't see the choice to be either environment or development. For Agnico Eagle's projects, we know it has to be both. You cannot have one without the other. The Nunavut regulatory system and the Inuit landowners have held our mining development to the highest standards. We are proud of the work we have done together. We trigger the Nunavut regulatory system when we make new applications or significantly amend our projects, and it takes many years of consultation and work for a mine to be approved. We understand participation in these processes takes effort from the community, and we are grateful to help and feedback. We think the benefits that can come to the communities from the mines are worth that effort. We have already seen local benefits and payments of royalties to Inuit that benefit everyone. We directly employ Inuit and support Inuit-owned businesses. Those that are interested have had the opportunity to pursue higher level positions within our mines, and we have many examples of individuals that have been able to achieve Red Seal certification that can be transferred to any employment opportunity. We have seen the pride in workers at every level of employment. Every worker is essential to our operations, and everyone's given the respect they deserve. The systems in place at our mine operations and all examples of protection of both caribou habitat and caribou themselves. They protect both. We hope that our submissions have been helpful to the Commission in their deliberations. We appreciate that you are listening to us and hearing our perspective. We will provide a written submission to the Commission prior to the close of record. Thank you to everyone here, translators, community members, all the participants. Appreciate the hospitality in the northern mining community, and safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of the Commission's closing remarks, first of all, I would like to acknowledge that we are on the Treaty 5 territory, and we're grateful as a team that we were able to travel to Thompson and meet each and every one of you. I would like our translators to stand up and give them a big applause, because without them we just wouldn't be able to do our business. We're so grateful for Annie and Tommy and our team. They're just rock stars, our whole team. So wonderful for our translations. On behalf of the Commission staff, we thank you for your open and honest dialogue. To the signatory parties for coming to all of the hearings and speaking, and for providing the community members an opportunity to hear your words. And I want to stress to you, the Commission and the Commissioners have heard you. To the community of Thompson, we have had a warm welcome, and we're very grateful to the hotels, the catering, the restaurants, all of the people that extended their hospitality to us. It's been a wonderful time and a wonderful experience here since we landed. Going forward, I explained how the process will work so I won't go into that. And this is the third of our 5 public hearings. So we're just a little over the hump of halfway. Our next hearings will be in the North and South Baffin. And again, the Commission recognizes traditional values, traditional knowledge, and scientific information, and we welcome all participants to provide the Commission with such. Again, I stress the closing record for the submissions is January 10th, and we encourage each of you as registered participants to communicate with the Commission and to provide any further submissions, comments, or recommendations, preferably some solutions and options so the Commission has your direction. And as our team says, sooner than later would be appreciated. And finally, a round of applause to our Commission staff, our audio, our communications, and all our legal and external team. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without the talent and their commitment to this file. So to the Commission team, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a moment to thank you for all being here, taking your time to speak to us. We value everything that we hear. We consider everything we hear. And then we hash it out and see if we can come up with what we consider to be the best land use plan to put forward to the signatories. Without your participation, there would have been a missing piece. So thank you for filling in that missing piece. I'd like to say thank you for the opening prayer, for the opening drum song. And we're looking forward to the closing prayer and the closing drum song. And may we all have safe travels home, whether that be driving or flying. Please take care. And thank you once again. And I also have to say thank you to Sharon because she keeps me on the straight and narrow. She leads the team, and we appreciate her very much. We need a mic for Elder George St. Pierre. He will be closing in prayer.
Sí, hello.
I am from Hatchet Lake Band. My name is George. I want to close with a prayer and thank all the people that attended here and thank all the people that are sitting in front of us. for all the people that are from our land, Lac Brochet, Fond du Lac, and Black Lake. I'd like to say thank you.
Honey, honey, hot and doggy out west now. Honey, honey, jahe horse I so know. Yeah, daddy, yeah, nega horse de, nega nike, de neither de. Nos incarne yene was time ha. Ye ho yen se ho ti ye ho a. Who you teach in her tea? There is very thin. How is it to be there into visit out here in the Nutaya getting down, Zidigai, Jetinde, Nagother and Hanuni Vende, Yak and Nika Hunte, Hokasin John and getting day. What are the wrong to again? I don't think I know honey through. Dano Nigat Arana, who won on in Locasin. No, he was singing no Hanon in lay, no hoint knee, Hoslen without echa, no hayu ananele, Ahonilla, you take it in day. The Jewish Marie Suzette starting the day sit on Nia. How is it to down to visit our curtain day? Thank you.
Drummers, please come forward for your drum song.
Get it, mate.
Massi, Luna kids in the gauge, I'll chew. Well, you know that the giant Nahid will see her, you must see, I will say. See, by DC, not high une, not say une, it is Kali Hulye, but okay. Okay, my DC, if the ad near her. Thank you very much. In the past 2 days that we've been here discussing all the issues that were brought forward. At the beginning, I spoke a little bit on the drumming, my drum. When we call for the spirit of the caribou, and in the past two days, the spirit of the caribou was at present. So today, we'll sing a song so the spirit of the caribou to go. It's like the way we go home. We will all come home to our beloved ones. And I also acknowledge my sister, Patricia, for who lost a loved one. The drums are used for grieving too. As we sing the song, we'll remember you. Masicho, salute.